know what we're here for.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
Come on!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Bottle to which way, man?
I'm staying in the race!
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Come on!
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, king, and fool me again.
Oh, hello, Kurt. Interest. Just crazy enough to work, yeah.
You are fat, you are short, you are
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook book, Zuckerbucks.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
The supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Close it up just like my wife's vagina.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Awful. Weak.
Precision of language, please.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Carol? Don't even play.
Are you not entertained?
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Well,
here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we gotta get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, unless you want to go floating off into that deep, dark void. Alright, Space Fams, it is good to see you today on this Galactic Thursday evening. Like I said, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about, but first I must do a few shout-outs in the chat first. Let's see, Moa Noep, BCat, and Brandy Nuance, third. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Mono first, BCat second. Brandy Nuance third. The Lucky Minute a close fourth. Vicky is here. Chef Bongi. Wedge Wizard. That might be it. Not a lot of people in the chat right now. Very quiet. Too quiet. Well, I guess we got a lot of stuff to talk about here tonight. Superman joins up with ICE. Apparently needs the money. I don't know. It's confusing. ICE stepping up its recruitment efforts. South Park stepping up its attacks on the Trump administration. And Kristi Noem responding to her portrayal on South Park, which was not flattering at all. Trump's Re-Liberation Day tariffs take hold, took effect earlier today, official, at least all of them. Well, many of them. Many of the tariffs have taken effect as of 12 midnight earlier this morning. Wildfires raging across the continent, including other places on the planet too, and much more to talk about today. We'll start in the United States. With Superman, that's right, Dean Cain, Superman of the 90s, has decided to throw his reputation to the dogs and join up with ICE for some reason.
Dean Cain, the actor best known for playing Superman on a 90s television show, says he wants to join the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. In an interview with Fox News, Cain said he's already spoken to the agency responsible for carrying out President Donald Trump's mass deportations agenda. The Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said that Cain would be sworn in as an honorary ICE officer in the coming month. It wasn't immediately clear what his duties as an honorary officer would entail. Earlier this week, Cain posted a video to his social media accounts encouraging others to join the agency. The Department of Homeland Security says that it's removing age limits for new hires at the agency responsible for immigration enforcement, an aim to expand hiring after a mass infusion of cash from Congress.
Superman? More like Super Sham. More like Super Get Out of Here, man. What the fuck? Dude, not cool. I don't really know what this Dean Cain has been up to since leaving the world of show business. But this is not something the Superman does. This is the opposite of Superman. This is garbage. Garbage, terrible stuff from Dean Cain. I wonder how much he's getting paid from ICE. Because I'm sure he's got to get that signing bonus. Do you think he's just doing it for the signing bonus? Or do you think this is ideological from Dean Cain? He just really hates undocumented immigrants so much that he's willing to do this? Or what is it? What exactly is it, Dean? What's led you to this decision? Exactly. I mean, ICE's massive budget, and I mean, they've been certainly spending a bunch of money on PR, so I wonder if this counts as part of their PR budget. I wonder if Dean Cain is receiving a bunch of taxpayer dollars for all of this. Very sad, Dean. Very, very pathetic. My God. Yeah, it's not great. It's not a great vibe. One thing I've been wondering about this, because I'm fairly certain Dean Cain is Japanese. I wonder if his ancestors were put into similar facilities during World War II. I actually don't know enough about his family history to be able to say. But it is a weird vibe, to say the least. Because, of course, Japanese people were interned under the same premise as immigrants are now being detained today. Alright, let's keep talking about what ICE has been up to. Of course, they're on a massive recruitment blitz. They have removed the age cap, so I guess babies and elderly people will now also be able to run around your neighborhood masked up, armed to the teeth, tackling random people running around.
Up until today, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, was only allowed to hire agents under the age of 40. Today, Trump's Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem scrapped that rule.
We've removed any of the age barriers. We no longer have a cap on how old you can be.
ICE agents can now be as old as the day is long, it turns out. Come on down, Grandpa. They'll still take you. Doesn't matter how old you are. And at the same time, yesterday, 404 Media reported that ICE is also ramping up its effort to recruit young people. The agency is reportedly looking for a digital advertising company to, quote unquote, dominate digital media channels, targeting Gen Z via ads on social media and on streaming services like Hulu and HBO Max. They want old people, they want young people, they want anyone they can get, it seems. They've already seen ICE flood social media with recruitment ads like...
Gross. This is gross. Wow. Uncle Sam now wants you to get rid of everyone from the country. Really, Uncle Sam? Et tu?
This one, quote, America needs you. Join ICE now. Or this one, quote, want to deport illegals with your absolute boys? Go to joinice.gov. I'm clearly not the target audience for that in any way, shape.
What? Want to deport illegals with your absolute boys? What is that? What does that mean? Dude, have you been lacking a sense of belonging and or friends? Well, guess what, dude? You can now be best friends with a bunch of fascists. That's right. Do you want to be a part of the Gestapo and also have friends finally? Guess what? You can be part of the great ICE team that's doing all of those questionably unconstitutional acts on the U.S. soil, and also get some lifelong friends. What's up with what exactly is up with the, what do you call it here? The design of this. Why is there like a late 80s like freaking bus? Like a freaking, what is up with this van? Why is this the dream? Is this the dream? Hang out in this van from 9 to 1.
Reform. Or this post, which says, quote, defend your culture. No undergraduate degree required.
Like, I don't understand. Well, who is this and where is this ad? Where does this ad exist? Is this on social media? The king of clubs. I need to find this. What the fuck is this garbage? Who's in charge of the PR department over there at ICE?
Or this post, which says, quote, defend your culture, no undergraduate degree required. Phrase your culture is doing a lot of offensive work there in that old advertisement. ICE has even sent targeted emails to hundreds of local police officers and sheriff's deputies across the country, trying to poach them, angering local law enforcement leaders. As one Florida police chief put it to NBC News, quote, everybody's so pissed. The reality is that local law enforcement salaries can't compete. Thanks to more than $29 billion in funding for hiring and training for Trump's big ugly bill, ICE is now offering up to $50,000 in a signing bonus to new recruits and up to $60,000 of student debt repayment. You could be 18, you could be 75, you don't need a college degree, they'll take you, you can hang out with your absolute boys and defend your culture.
Wait, what in the fuck? Look at this, they just ripped an ad? I think they just ripped an ad. They just ripped an ad from like the late 80s and then just wanted to port. This is like going for a very specific demographic. They're like, do you remember a time when seats were facing the wrong way inside of vehicles? And you could get an entire mattress in the back of a windowless van. The King of Clubs. You're given no less than royal treatment in the King of Clubs. By far the most elegantly equipped club wagon with its own special tricolor paint treatment. Dual captain's chairs that swivel and recline. Full-length 36-ounce carpeting. Cloth headliner front to rear. Cloth-covered sun visors with illuminated vanity mirrors. Handy seatback map pockets. There's something that hasn't come in handy in decades. King of Clubs also comes with select shift automatic transmission, power door locks, interval windshield wipers, and much, much more. What the fuck is this shit? Give them $200 billion, they can't come up with their own ads?
And they'll give you a big fat bonus and pay off your student loans if you've got them. That is how ICE is hiring right now. The goal is to hire 10,000 more agents to supersize Trump's immigration crackdown. And while Trump is supersizing the part of our immigration system that arrests people, he is simultaneously shrinking the part of the system that gives those same people due process. While he is hiring ICE agents by the thousands, he is firing immigration judges by the dozens.
For Judge Dice, the axe came last Thursday in the form of a 3-sentence email. The Attorney General has decided to remove you from your position, the email stated. Your removal is effective today.
Since Trump took office in January, his administration has fired dozens of immigration judges without cause or reason with emails like that one. The immigration courts now only have about 600 immigration judges total nationwide to handle a backlog of about 3.5 million cases. That means that while the Trump administration is trying to arrest, imprison, and deport an unprecedented number of immigrants, there will be fewer and fewer immigration judges around to hear those.
Look at this old dude over here. This dude looks like he's like 70 years old.
An unprecedented number of immigrants. There will be fewer and fewer immigration judges.
I'm staying in the race, son. Don't try and get away from me. I don't think I could catch you.
Around to hear those immigrants' cases, to decide whether or not their arrests were lawful. Now, normally immigration judges can't comment on administration actions because of their jobs. But now that Trump has fired them, some immigration judges are starting to speak out. And I want you to hear how they're thinking about all of this.
What's at stake here?
It's really the future of our country. If the funding is going to enforcement and there's no justice left, that shows that our country is no longer embracing the need for due process and for justice.
If you're attacking the very judges that adjudicate cases, there's not going to be a rule of law. That should concern everybody, not just immigrants, but U.S. citizens.
Today is them, is immigrants. What about tomorrow? Who's going to get due process denied next?
Who's going to get due process denied next?
Yep.
It's quite a statement.
They don't have a right to see a judge. Right.
I mean, but this is what we've been saying this whole time, right? If you remove due process for any group of people, it opens up the door for any other group of people to have their rights removed, and makes it easier for that to happen to anyone, including American citizens. Because without due process, you can't verify who it is that you are removing from the country.
They came here illegally. They came here illegally.
Excuse me?
So when the Japanese were bombing Pearl Harbor.
Is it just me, or does this turd bag look like the creator of Family Guy? What's his name? I can't think of his name right now.
Or did we give them due process to actually see a judge?
No, we put them in concentration camps.
They invaded our country.
We put them in concentration camps. Have you heard?
Yeah, that's not a good moment in history to be sort of cheering on. And let's not forget that that's exactly what happened back then in the 40s. Japanese American citizens, right? People who were born in this country, who had every right to due process and to enjoy the same rights that their fellow citizens enjoyed, were instead picked up by federal agents and taken to concentration camps in the United States.
Illegal.
I was a lieutenant governor of Indiana earlier this week, and as you can see, the Trump administration's talking points about how invading immigrants do not deserve due process has quickly saturated the MAGA world. It's not where the majority of the public is, but certainly where the majority of some of the MAGA world is. That's deeply alarming, considering the tens of billions of dollars being now poured into immigration enforcement, courtesy of the big ugly bill. While at the same time, desperately needed officials like immigration judges are being culled. Joining me now is Jeh Johnson. He served in multiple prominent roles during the Obama administration, including as the Secretary of Homeland Security, which of course oversees border security and enforcement of immigration laws. It is great to see you, and there's so much to ask you about. I just want to start by asking you about the influx of funding into ICE. And immigration enforcement. And this is certainly part of enforcement is part of what our country does under any president. But what we've seen as of late in the last several months, I mean, the arresting on the street of students, of parents, of people who are seeking asylum, of some who are here legally, spouses of veterans. There's so many stories here. It seems to be in the pursuit of meeting this 3,000 a day quota. How concerned are you about that? And of course, the massive influx of funding to ICE. It's almost like they don't know what to do with the money.
Exactly. First, I have to take exception with that clip you showed from the lieutenant governor. A migrant in the United States is not the equivalent of a wartime enemy. Let's be clear about that. Anytime there's a large plus up of massive funding in a big hurry, you always have to worry as a taxpayer whether that money is going to be spent wisely. There are going to be a lot of private contractors with their hands out, not necessarily yielding to the best deal for the American taxpayer. And I'm not sure it makes sense to, for example, if you were in the midst of a war against drugs, you might hire a lot of DEA agents, you might hire a lot of cops, but you don't then also fire a lot of judges in order to hear the cases and sentence people to incarceration. So right now, the immigration backlog is years. It's millions of cases, backlog years. Very often, a migrant shows up to hear an asylum claim, to present an asylum claim. The judge hears it for 2 hours and then says, come back in 2027. So the answer is not lay off judges. If President Trump wants to see.
Yeah, but that is presuming that Donald Trump wants to go through the usual processes of legal removal of immigrants from the country. And as we've been saying over here for quite some time now, that is not what the Trump administration wants to do. They are not here to follow the law. The supposed lovers of law and order are attempting to circumvent the law. Because, of course, if you wanted to get the backlog of immigration cases down If you, and all that, you would increase the number of judges, right? But that's the opposite of what they're doing, because that's the opposite of what they want to do. They don't give a fuck about whether or not you have a legal right to be in the country. Okay, if you meet a specific criteria to Donald Trump, brown, you speak a foreign language as your first language, that type of thing, you're on the list. Okay, and they don't want you to go to court. They don't want any of that. They don't want you to prove anything. Actually, they'd prefer it if you were not given the right to do so, and instead just have you removed from the country without any judicial proceedings. But of course, that's illegal. Not just under U.S. law, but also international law, from my understanding. But, U.S. is not a big fan of international law, as it turns out. Now, of course, all of this immigration enforcement activity has been causing some serious problems across this country for people, businesses, towns, all sorts of stuff. Let's go to the farm. Let's go down on the farm. See how they're faring amidst all of this.
Really, this climate here is best served for cherries.
Are any of them still salvageable or not?
No, there's not really anything you can do with them at this point.
You've got more than 30 acres of this farm with rotting fruit. I mean, these are cherries that at one point were pretty appetizing, but right now are more than 2 weeks past their prime.
It's about $250,000 to $300,000 worth of revenue. Just
left to rot.
Yeah, which is one thing, but it's also lost revenue for the workers that would have been able to pick them had they been here.
Oregon farmer Ian Chandler says about half his usual crew didn't show up this season, leaving him scrambling to backfill dozens of positions.
You're calling them, I assume, individually and saying, what's going on?
Yes. And so
what are they telling you?
Well, in the beginning of the season, it coincided, unfortunately, with a lot of really strong immigration enforcement down in Southern California, where our workforce comes from. And that kind of had a chilling effect on people wanting to move.
While Ian says his workers are hired with what seemed to be a valid ID and work papers, fear of ICE raids kept many of them from traveling north this year. To understand why, we head south to Central California.
So we're hoping that one of those farm working families will actually talk to us here and give us a sense of what life is like in hiding. I think you're good. No names or anything there.
Behind closed doors, making dinner with her mom, we meet Lisa.
Like every single summer, we will go up there. My parents or myself will pick cherries. But this year, we decided to stay home just to be safe.
Because you're living essentially as though you're going to be targeted at any moment.
Yes.
You've got to buy food.
Yes.
You've got to go shopping. You do leave for that.
Yes, I have to. I mean, someone has to in the house.
Lisa's here under DACA, a program that gives temporary protection to people brought to the U.S. as children. Her 3 young kids, all U.S. citizens.
This is my new avatar.
You can tell they get kind of bored, like cooped up inside, spending hours in front of the TV and on their phones, tossing a frisbee with himself.
It says life is good.
Life is good.
No playgrounds, no summer sun. She's afraid of getting picked up by immigration while out, and the family getting separated. She's even thinking about homeschooling this fall, just to keep them close.
Are they bored?
Focused. All the time.
Are you bored?
Oh yeah, all the time. We love the outsides. Up there in Oregon, we used to go to the waterfalls, all those beautiful places that they have. It was so much fun for our kids and for ourselves too. Since they're not physically active, my middle child, she was diagnosed with high cholesterol, vitamin D deficiency.
Because she's not in the sun as much?
Yes.
Lights stay off to keep cool, shades down for privacy. Her husband and dad, undocumented, but working to keep money coming in. As they're out.
Is that your phone?
Yes, that's my phone.
Go ahead if you want to get it.
Every alert from her phone sparks a brief panic.
It's okay, I'll call him back.
But it's her mom she thinks about most, still picking crops in her 60s.
I would like to point that out. My mom is not a criminal. And it hurts. Sorry. Back in 2020, when the whole pandemic happened, my parents were being considered essential workers, and now they have to hide. Those essential workers, they have to stay at home for their safety.
Have you put in your mind that, okay, if I can't leave, or at least I don't feel safe leaving my home, you're rushing to the grocery store just to get back as quickly as you can. Your kids, you don't feel comfortable leaving. I mean, they're all in a room watching TV in the middle of the day. Has there been a point in your mind where you're going to turn to your partner and your parents and say, this is not living, we got to go somewhere else?
I told my mom that, and she feels that this is just a phase, that if we just got to hang in there, be hopeful, and it's going to pass.
Back north in Oregon, farm manager Manuel Nava also noticed several no-shows this year.
Last year, we probably have probably 5 families coming from California. They do the picking, and this year we missed them.
They didn't show up.
They don't show up.
It's interesting to see how some folks operate differently within that fear. Some decide to stay in hiding. Others continue working. One woman, 75 years old, and determined to keep working even once the hour has stopped, asking, can I just collect 2 more buckets? ¿Pero difícil?
No tanto. Ese trabajo.
She says she doesn't find the work too difficult compared to jobs she had in Guatemala. Workers here earn about $5 a bucket and average anywhere from $15 to $35 an hour.
I think there's a perception that it's under the table, that you've got a big box of cash somewhere and you're paying them, but that's not really how it works.
Nope.
How does it work?
We hire them just like any other employee. We have an I-9 and W-4 filled out for every employee, and run payroll every week, and they get checks or direct deposit.
Are they paying taxes?
Yes. All of that is taken out of their checks.
While some may be using false IDs, others here have legal status. But it doesn't matter. Fear runs deep.
Katie's.
Yeah, this is a horrifying world to be living in right now, especially for people living with uncertain immigration status in this country. People hiding for their lives, for their safety, for their freedom. It's sort of a perverse notion to think about it when you think about it. Hiding for freedom. That's sort of the opposite of freedom when you think about it. It's just terrible. It's just terrible, and it's going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of industries who use, migrant labor. It's a terrible, terrible time to live right now. Okay. Thankfully, we have people like South Park to give us a chuckle once in a while about the horrors of this world that we are living in. Let's go here. This is the Hollywood Reporter from 2 days ago, before the release of the newest South Park episode.
The next episode of South Park is set to tackle immigration raids and skewer President Donald Trump again. Comedy Central released a short preview for the episode that will air on Wednesday, August 6th, that includes a group of masked armed men in black cars marked with ICE storming the streets. The preview also shows that the hit Comedy Central series will continue to mock Trump, with a shot of the president at a banquet with Satan.
We want to honor the president's courage. Stop!
Also, Cartman is shown at what appears to be a town hall saying this.
You can just shut up, baby, because you hate America and you love abortion.
The official description for the episode reads, when Mr. Mackey loses his job, he desperately tries to find a new way to make a living. In the preview, the character is shown in the back of an ice raid truck.
Okay.
The episode follows up the show's blockbuster 27th season return last month that went viral, thanks to its no-holds-barred skewering of Trump. It delivered nearly 6 million cross-platform viewers, marking the largest audience share for the animated comedy in 25 years. The episode also received more social media posts than any other in the show's history. The episode even drew condemnation from the White House, which issued a statement claiming, Just like the creators of South Park, the left has no authentic or original content, which is why their popularity continues.
Have no original content. That's why this is a completely original show. Not original like my very original reality show, The Apprentice, which definitely did not go off of any sort of already established media tropes, of course. Perfectly, completely original. Alright, now, unfortunately, even though I would love to do it, we cannot watch the South Park episode as Paramount is very, very, very serious about their content rights. And every time I even think about looking at a South Park episode on stream, I get a copyright strike. But, safe to say, that episode, spoiler alerts, went in depth on ICE and immigration's enforcement, as well as Kristi Noem. They really went in on Kristi Noem, by the way. They really did. And basically suggested that she was made entirely out of plastic, and brought up the fact that, of course, Secretary Puppy Killer, R.I.P. Cricket, is in fact a puppy killer. They made a bunch of allusions to her predilections for the murdering of helpless canines. But like, if you look over here, like throughout the episode, like her face starts to melt. Like if you like you see, like it starts off, I mean, like her face tends to look, but then it literally starts melting. And I honestly don't know enough about Kristi Noem's plastic surgery to be clear. But South Park has come after people for plastic surgery time and time again. And yeah, Kristi Noem is not happy at all. Not at all. Very upset, that Kristi Noem. Let's go here.
Breaking news, the new head of Paramount telling CNN he is standing by South Park after another utterly scathing episode about the Trump administration. The latest episode hitting a nerve, prompting Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to publicly respond to South Park's unflattering portrayal of her. Here she is with Glenn Beck.
Yeah, it never ends, but it's so lazy to just really make fun of women for how they look. Only the
Kristi Noem. You might want to check with your boss on whether or not making fun of women for how they look is problematic. I mean, it is such a fantastic sort of pearl clutching / projection event here with Kristi Noem. Oh, so lazy for them to just make fun of how women look. Does it make you sad when people make fun of how women look?
Women for how they look. Only the
it's only liberals and extremists who it's only the liberals and extremists who do that. Right. Donald Trump would never make fun of a woman. Blood coming out of all sorts of places, her eyes, her ears, other holes, things like that. Republicans would never do that.
Wanted to criticize my job, go ahead and do that, but clearly they can't. They just
they can't do it. It's so petty.
South Park, which has not let up on its brutal criticism of Trump week after week, is the #1 streamed show in the United States right now. The #1 streamed show. So people are watching this. And that is something the White House, which tried to dismiss the show as irrelevant and saying no one watched it, which of course is factually inaccurate, they don't want to hear it. Brian Stelter is out front.
Hey, Satan! Me meet the new face of Homeland Security.
Whoa! Oh my God! I just want to go. This place is gross.
South Park, insulting Mar-a-Lago, Trump's manhood, VP JD Vance, and this week reserving most of Trump's man, VP JD Vance.
The mini JD Vance is fucking hilarious. Honestly, I haven't seen the whole episode yet. I gotta see this thing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mini JD Vance is incredible. Look at him.
And this week, reserving most of its scorn for...
Welcome to the team, recruits. I'm Kristi Noem, head of Homeland Security.
The show drawing from a real-life scandal.
A few years ago, I had to put my puppy down by shooting it in the face. Because sometimes doing what's important means doing what's important.
Turning dog deaths into a theme of the episode.
Mr. Mackey?
When Trump budget cuts caused the school counselor to look for a job with ICE.
All right, recruits, this is it. We're heading to a location that might be filled with illegals. Let's take these bad hombres down.
South Park emerging this summer as one of the Trump administration's fiercest critics.
Remember, only detain the brown ones.
One reviewer saying, you can feel Matt Stone and Trey Parker's disdain.
I love how Kristi Noem, I wish I had seen this whole episode before this. I have not had a chance to watch it yet, but I love how Kristi Noem's response on Glenn Beck or whatever that was is like, why don't they criticize the policies? And then they go immediately to a clip on CNN of the clearly racist policies that ICE seems to be taking here. Are they in heaven? I just realized they're in heaven arresting angels. Just take the brown ones, says Kristi Noem. That seems like a policy-based situation. I'm not sure Kristi watched the episode. I think she's just offended. She's just upset. Somebody told her about the episode, and she was very offended by what she heard.
One reviewer saying, you can feel Matt Stone and Trey Parker's disdain in every frame. The creators of South Park let it rip 2 weeks ago, leading the White House to claim the show, quote, hasn't been relevant for over 20 years. But actually...
Hey, buddy, welcome to Monologue.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
What is it fantasy, buff? Hey, will you get out of here?
South Park ratings are way up.
I want to make you the new face of Homeland Security.
But, Mr. President, I thought Kristi Noem was the face of Homeland Security.
Yeah, she was. But her face freaks me out. So what do you say?
Her face freaks me out.
And social chatter is through the roof.
I'm proud to work for the ICE.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement. If you need a job, it's a job to have.
If you need a job, it's a job to have. Oh my god.
If you need a job, it's a job to have.
What a compelling slogan.
Trump officials are trying to show they're in on the jokes, not just the butt of them. Vance posting on X today, well, I've finally made it.
So let's get out there and get them, recruits. Together we can make it happen.
All of this creating corporate intrigue since South Park airs on Paramount's Comedy Central, and Paramount just cut a deal with Trump. The $16 million legal settlement was widely seen as a payoff in exchange for the Trump FCC approving Paramount's merger with Skydance, though Paramount denied any connection. The merger took effect this morning, with the FCC's lone Democrat, Ana Gomez, calling it a company born in shame.
What we saw in this Paramount Skydance transaction was the company capitulated in a very cowardly manner to the demands of this administration.
Awful. Weak.
Power, not unchecked power, in order to maintain our democratic norms.
So Gomez telling CNN that media moguls are betraying the public's trust. You know, Paramount recently canceled big-name Trump critic Stephen Colbert's show. So what about South Park? Well, today I asked the company's new CEO, David Ellison, if South Park's scathing Trump criticism is a problem for the company. Ellison indicated, no, it's not. He praised the show's creators. He told me he's been a fan of the show for decades. And he said, quote, they are equal opportunity offenders and always have been. There is one big difference between Stephen Colbert and South Park. The Late Show was losing money for years, while South Park is, in Ellison's words, highly profitable and
Dude, the Late Show, the money loss, people keep bringing up the fact that the Late Show was losing money. They were losing less money than everybody else in late night. We're just going to point that out. It's never been a reasonable justification for getting rid of the Late Show. If the Late Show should be gotten rid of because of money, all late night TV shows should be canceled immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Because they had the highest ratings on the fucking continent, okay?
huge hit on streaming. Aaron?
Yeah, #1 stream show in America right now. All right, Brian, thank you very much. And out front now, the one and only Kara Swisher, host of the podcasts On with Kara Swisher and Pivot. And Kara, so all this, talk of David Ellison defending South Park, you were actually with him today. You were with David Ellison and the whole management team earlier today. And he's standing by South Park. I mean, do you buy that in the context of Colbert and everything else?
Well, that was the previous administration. They just bought it this morning. Just remember, it was early this morning where the transaction completed. So they didn't own it until today. So now they can talk about it. And he supported it there. He certainly did. And as he said, he's a fan of it. It's funny. So, and it's a big hit. And the previous owners paid $20 billion, I guess, to keep them there. And so they have to support them. They're in business with South Park, and South Park is funny. And so I think they won't have a problem supporting them in this case. In this case, because it makes money.
So as you say, right, and as he said, #1 show on streaming. I mean, it'd be pretty hard to find an excuse to get rid of that one, even if you were looking for it. But that merger did just close today, right? And it's gotten so much attention because of all this, right? It took a whole lot to actually get to where we are right now. Including that $16 million settlement with Trump against CBS and 60 Minutes, canceling Colbert, which, of course, they did say was a financial decision, but obviously one Trump applauded and has now said that was so great, get rid of all these other late...
God, I hate Kara Swisher so much. I cannot watch this interview. Her and Aaron Burnett in the same shot this whole time. Terrible. Fucking terrible. I got a lot of problems with Kara Swisher. People, I don't talk about it that much. But Kara, I mean, it's not personal problems, but Kara just sucks. Okay, she has helped launder the personalities of people like Elon Musk over the years. Her media company Recode had access to all of the fucking technocrat oligarchs for the last 20 years and has done nothing to stop it from coming. And she's just really been there to lick their boots and, record their words down for decades. And then she gets trotted out by people like CNN in recent months because I think she used to have some sort of, maybe it was her family. I can't remember, but had some relation to Donald Trump as well. But they bring her out, especially because of the Elon stuff. But it's dude, this woman literally had all the opportunity in the world to go after Elon, and now it's just too little, too late for me. Bring somebody else out, please, CNN. But I have so many objections to the people CNN chooses as guests. Really a me problem. But Mr. Wonderful, why is Kevin O'fucking Leary a major contributor that CNN seems to go to constantly now? It's ridiculous. Okay, I just started a goal because the free hour is over. We got a hell of a lot of content left to get through here tonight, chat, so if you want to ensure that we get all of that content, do consider contributing to the goal. You can contribute by way of YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships, as well as Cash App and PayPal. All will be counted towards the goal. And we are still pretty damn close to getting back on track to 19 emotes. I'm not sure exactly how far away we are right now. I think it's like 25 or some number of emotes from hitting 19 emotes, but not emotes, new members to get a 19th emote. So that would be a good way to both, you know, if you want to contribute. Oh my gosh, like Monologue has just decided to do here. You can contribute to the goal like that, like gifting 5 galactic emotes. That counts as 3 super chats for the goal, but it also gets us closer to getting more emotes, thanks to Monologue. Who got them? Winston Sayer, Christopher Tablante, Lanzetta, Paige Larson, and Randy Terpstra. Thank you, Monologue. That's an incredibly generous contribution from you, breaking the ice on the goal immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. And also, spreading the galactic love, and also getting us closer to the emote goal. See, look at that. It's beautiful. Trifecta of awesomeness. All right, let's see what other sort of ridiculous things that ICE has been up to. This was footage from outside of an LA Home Depot. Guardian News clip from yesterday.
This is ridiculous!
Hold on. Video shows the moment masked Border Patrol agents raided a Home Depot parking lot in Los Angeles. Ah, yes. Terrible parking lot. The vehicle was an unmarked rental truck. More than a dozen people were arrested. Why is it important for them to have one guy just following them around with a fucking digital camera this whole... It's ridiculous. Look at this guy over here. Got a Nikon. He's like, ah, let me get this. Let me get this shot first. Oh, wait, hold on. Can you open and close the door again, dude? I did not get... I was not focused for that shot. By the way, Penske said that this was not an authorized use of their rental vehicles in a statement that they made earlier today. After this video went public, they were, you know, I don't know if disturbed is the right word, but they immediately responded to this, saying that this vehicle was not, this is not a permissible use of a Penske truck.
Illegal.
They're making influencer content for it. I know, it's disgusting. It is disgusting. It disgusts me. Our money are buying these cameras too. Who knows what kind of cameras they're buying for these people either. Thousands of dollars, I'll bet, per camera. Also, we can watch the videos later in some distasteful montage with uncleared music rights. From I would assume we're probably gonna be like classic rock from like the early 90s. It is illegal to transport humans in a box truck. Yes, yes it is. And that's correct. Illegal.
Illegal.
But ICE is not deterred by the law, as it turns out. At least they're consistent, if nothing else. Now let's talk real quick about something Donald Trump said earlier this week, which was, I think, pretty disturbing to a lot of people. Mostly due to the blatant racism. Kate.
A brand new video in this morning showing a raid by ICE agents at a Home Depot in Los Angeles. And it had been, the operation had been deemed Operation Trojan Horse. In the video we're showing you, obtained by CNN, shows Border Patrol agents loading into the back of a Penske truck just before the raid got underway. And the LA Times reports that the driver of the truck pulled up and told day laborers outside the store he was looking for workers. Then agents jumped out the back of the truck. 16 people were arrested. Now, Penske, the company, actually put out a statement about all of this, saying in part that the company was not made aware that its trucks would be used in the operation and does not authorize this.
Illegal.
Less than a week ago, an appeals court actually blocked the Trump administration from indiscriminate immigration stops and arrests, and the mayor of Los Angeles says, with that in mind, they plan to fight back. John?
All right, new this morning, President Trump says the White House plans to release new rules and regulations on migrant farm labor. Trump officials have been grappling with the consequences of the immigration crackdown, the implications that it means for agriculture. With us now is John Boyd Jr., founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association. Thanks so much for being with us. What has the impact been on your farm or the president's policies?
Well, it's been rough this year, John, and we're hearing from farmers all around the country. Bankruptcies are on the rise, and farmers are asking, Boyd, am I going to be able to stay in my home or keep my home if they file bankruptcy? Farm suicides are up. And the president's tariffs have put this country in complete turmoil for America's farmers. And really, John, it's a state of emergency for America's farmers because right now we're still selling corn, wheat, and soybeans at dramatically low prices because the markets have plummeted. Because every other day the president makes another announcement about tariffs. I
just want to go right to right here. This
said about that. Listen.
People who live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried,
We've tried. We tried to get all those inner city people out in the fields and couldn't get them to go. It's very weird. We are considering other options.
Just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. Naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day?
These people, they do it naturally. It's like it just comes to them. They're like superhuman apple pickers. I don't even understand. It's crazy. It's like some sort of genetic thing. I don't know. Even the children are better at picking fruit than inner city people. I mean, this seems just wildly, like everything about this statement just seems wildly racist. Like just insane. It's just the way that he talks about different groups of people is just incredibly offensive. Just naturally.
What happens if they get a bad back? He said they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
They do it naturally, he said. What did you hear in that?
Racism.
And they die, and it's comments like that that have made race relations very difficult under this presidency. And
Black Chuck Norris is correct. Donald Trump has made race relations under this in the last 6 months very tense and bad. And it's comments like that just feed further into it. It just comes to them naturally, okay? It's like it's not this, and the fact is, it's like he almost gets it at the very end of it. Like he's like, oh, it's not natural. They literally would starve to death if they didn't take these jobs. Oh, okay. Not genetics. Man, I thought there was something about in their genes. They just needed to get out there in the fields. It's like some sort of innate desire to be in the fields picking apples and plums. Is there a bunch of Epstein references in the new South Park episode? Okay, spoilers. Well, I guess I engaged in spoilers too. I haven't even seen the episode yet. I need to see the episode. I need to see the new South Park episode. I'll get on that. I don't have a Paramount Plus subscription, so I'm gonna have to find some circuitous, perhaps unorthodox way of getting a hold of that content. Okay, one more story about ICE. It's not just migrant farm workers who are being picked up and placed in detention, fearing for their safety and freedom. Nope, students too, on the other side of the country in New York. Here's CBS New York from 2 days ago.
Another story that we're following closely, also breaking news here at 11. Her detainment sparked outrage and rallies across the city. And tonight, Scarsdale High School graduate Yeonsu Go is home with her family. Naveen Dhaliwal has the latest.
A confident Yeonsu Go walked out of ICE custody Monday evening.
I always had a faith that I'll be out soon.
She's known as Sue and was all smiles, holding her mother close.
I just wish for everyone to be safe. Me, my family, everyone who supports me to be safe, and then our hopes to be told and heard.
The 20-year-old was detained last Thursday after an immigration hearing in Lower Manhattan. The Department of Homeland Security said Monday Go overstayed her visa that expired more than 2 years ago. A lawyer with the Episcopal Diocese of New York says Go's visa was valid through December of 2025.
We're so grateful that after
Shock of shocks, ICE is making claims that seem to be contradicting reality. Her visa's expired, but it's not expired. Which one is it? ICE, that's very confusing.
5 long days, Sue gets to sleep at home in her own bed and gets to hug her mother. We were also worried about her.
Yeonsu came to New York from South Korea in 2021 with her mother, an Episcopal priest, and the Episcopal Diocese of New York stood by her for her release. Yeonsu graduated from Scarsdale High School and was set to return to Purdue University. Over the weekend, supporters rallied for her, her friends calling her religious, caring, and smart.
We used to do midnight run together and make sandwiches and meals for the homeless.
Questions that can wait in this moment for this woman who is just looking to go home to her family.
No.
Wow. Geez. She doesn't seem like a criminal. Goes on runs with friends, feeds the homeless, is involved in her church. Just graduated high school and is going to Purdue in the fall. And this woman also spending time in ICE detainment on what seems to be false premises. If the lawyers for Yeonsu are correct, her visa is valid till the end of the year. She does not give big criminal vibes to me. It's just I could be wrong. She could be running some sort of syndicate that I'm completely unaware of, but she just does not give off those vibes. But ICE activities, Trump's behaviors continuing to lead to people being picked up who are have every right to not be detained by ICE. They don't seem to give a shit about that. They don't seem to give a shit about the law. And they certainly don't seem to give a shit about this country and the fact that it's a multi-ethnic democracy. They don't respect other cultures, the Trump administration. There's one culture and one culture alone that the Trump administration respects, and that is white Christian culture. That's the only culture that is respected. And the rhetoric of the Trump administration is leading to some troubling stories coming out. Let's go back to the West Coast.
This mural is a reminder of what happened before cannot happen again.
History is repeating itself again.
There were markings across here, down below, right over here, right where the legs are, over here.
Vandals damaged this mural with silver paint over the weekend. It's located in Nihon Machi Alley near 6th and Jackson. Community members snapped these photos showing graffiti covering different aspects of the wall.
Right now, when birthright citizenship is being questioned, this mural is more important than ever to show that, we are American, we are here.
The mural memorializes the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. It's part of a public art exhibit created by local artists, community members, and CID businesses in 2019. Earlier this year, King 5 shared surveillance video showing this vandal splattering black paint on the exhibit, including the mural that was defaced again. The CID Business Improvement Area, a nonprofit Twin Tan leads, dedicated to protecting cultural assets in the neighborhood, cleaned up the paint just days after that incident. Her team was out again Monday morning, cleaning up after this most recent vandalism.
This mural stands as a reminder of our resilience and a reminder for current generations and future generations that this can't happen again. And when it gets defaced and fades and written over, it shows that we have to really stand up.
The CID BIA has cleaned up more than 10,000 square feet of graffiti in the neighborhood this year.
It's horrible, but people are being emboldened to do these kinds of things. Right? The Trump administration is actively otherizing all other cultures that exist in the United States. And that sort of the rhetoric is, like I said, emboldening, psychopaths and racists alike to go around, do terrible things. And what's great about this is, of course, the curriculum in the United States is getting worse and worse with the destruction of the Department of Education. People are probably not going to even learn about the sort of things that mural was depicting. And it's a mural that needs to be up now more than ever to remind us. Now let's go south to LA. To this horrifying story, which we also tried covering yesterday, but let's go here once again. This one's real fucked up.
Beaten, chased, and called racial slurs. That's what an 18-year-old said happened to him while he was hanging out with friends at a shopping center. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Bradley. This video is getting a lot of attention on social media, especially over the weekend here. Today, he sat down with NBC4 to talk about what he says happened and the steps he has now taken.
Our Lolita Lopez spoke with him, joins us live with more. Lolita?
Yeah, Colleen and Michael Robinson says he was hanging out with his friends at that shopping center when another group of teenagers, about 7 to 9 of them, came over to them. They were discussing a previous disagreement with someone else, and something that Michael says he was no part of, and he actually didn't even know anyone in that group. Then he says he saw someone from that group punch one of his friends, and then the group, he says, focused on him.
And they were just yelling at me, just racial slurs. I was fearing for my life, honestly, because I was only getting hit in the back of the head, and I didn't know if I was going to make it out of there.
Cell phone video appears to capture the moment. Michael Robinson says a group of more than half a dozen young men attacked him. It happened outside a local theater in Simi Valley late Friday night.
And I ended up yelling, like, help me. So somebody helped me, and they backed off a little bit, and so I took the opportunity to run away.
18-year-old Michael says the boys started chasing him again, and he took a chair to separate them from him.
And so I put the chair down. They ended up throwing the chair at me. It didn't hit me, but I ran past it, and they chased me again.
He says a friend happened to come by in a car and drove him home.
I can't get out of my head. Every time I look at him, it just kills me.
Michael went home to where he lives with Brittany Martin and her family. She says she returned to the shopping center and saw police were called, but says a report wasn't immediately taken. She says she returned home and reported the incident, an officer coming to their home.
And then he questioned Michael, well, why did you leave the scene? He was very dismissive.
A spokesperson for the Simi Valley Police Department called the incident disturbing. The department says they are looking into reported racial slurs and videos taken the night of the attack. They say it is unclear how the incident began or if it constitutes a possible hate crime. But Michael and Brittany remain concerned because one of the alleged attackers is the son of a Simi Valley police member. In a statement on Sunday, Simi Valley Police said, "We can..."
Yeah, shock of shocks. The victim was treated with disregard by the police, and one of the offenders was actually related to the police. Oh, weird. Wow. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Jesus Christ. Hate crimes. Now approved by the federal government. Honestly, it feels to me like we are in a moment where if you commit crimes against the right people, quote unquote, you're not gonna be facing any difficult charges. I mean, the guy who murdered Democratic lawmakers in Michigan, was Wisconsin? No, wherever it was Wisconsin. Michigan? I can't remember. I mean, the fact is the story has gone away. He didn't get charged with terrorism. He didn't get charged with all sort of stuff that they would have charged any other person with because he happened to target Democrats. Meanwhile, they're asking for the death penalty and terrorism charges against Luigi. Free Luigi! And putting up Confederate statues that were once taken down.
A Confederate statue toppled during the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 will soon be reinstalled in Washington, D.C. by the Trump administration. The bronze statue depicts Albert Pike, a Confederate general who fought to protect slavery during the Civil War. The statue was vandalized, pulled down.
That's the sort of guy that we should venerate and put up for all to see. Yes, a man who defended slavery. A Civil War general. I mean, a Confederate Civil War general. That sounds good. That's a good idea. That's a good use of taxpayer dollars. Speaking of investigations and the federal government, things like that, let's go to this next story. While hate crimes run rampant in this country, go unchecked, put Confederate statues back up in the U.S. Capitol, the FBI is firing officials who resisted Donald Trump's demand for a list of January 6th related FBI agents. That's right. If you didn't capitulate to the demands of the president at the FBI and hand over information that usually would be classified, at least my understanding would be, would take more than just a simple request from a president to receive, to avoid having FBI agents targeted in political attacks, well, you get fired, actually. That's a crime now. Well, not a crime, but it's a fireable offense, apparently. Let's go here.
We're learning that additional senior leaders at the FBI are being fired. One is Brian Driscoll, who led the FBI in the early days of the Trump administration following the departure of former director Chris Wray. He made headlines when he resisted Trump administration demands for a list of all of the agents who had participated in investigations into the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. The other senior official who's being removed is Steve Jensen. He was the leader of the FBI's Washington field office, which is one of the Bureau's largest and biggest offices. Now, we're not really sure yet why either official was removed, and we expect to learn more about that. But it's worth noting that these moves come amid a much broader personnel purge that we've seen under the leadership of current director
Look at that Confederate flag cap. Nice. Look at these two white supremacists. This is now who we should all hold up as great patriots. Seditious separatists, I guess. All right. Speaking of separatists, let's go to the state that was the last to hold on to the vestiges of slavery and is now attempting to bring back, usher in an era where black people's votes in the state are not counted. Texas, of course, would prefer to, you know, have all minority communities' votes not count so that the Republicans can stay in power just a little bit longer.
We're going to begin with the fight deep in the heart of Texas, which could decide who controls Congress after next year's midterms. It has nationwide consequences, and it's getting even more urgent as state Democratic lawmakers have now fled the state entirely. They bolted to Illinois, Boston, New York. On Sunday, it was a last-ditch effort to delay voting on a new congressional map ordered by President Trump in Texas. And it would give Republicans another 5 seats in next year's midterm elections.
We did not make the decision to come here today. We did not make that decision lightly. But we come here today with absolute moral clarity that this is absolutely the right thing to do to protect the people of the state of Texas.
The move denies the Texas legislature a quorum, blocking Republican efforts to pass the new gerrymandered map during a special session. Now, Governor Greg Abbott is lashing out, accusing Democratic lawmakers of abandoning their offices. He's threatening removal. State Attorney General Ken Paxton goes even further, suggesting the lawmakers should be arrested, adding, quote, "We should use every tool at our disposal to hunt down those who think they're above the law." Joining me now on this Monday in the group chat, Stephen Collinson, CNN Politics senior reporter, Sarah Fisher, CNN senior media analyst and senior media reporter at Axios, and Kevin.
Now, of course, Texas, I mean, AG Ken Paxton can, you know, bark up a tree as long as he likes to, but the police who would respond to his desires here, specifically Texas police, state police, or otherwise, could not go across state lines and just start arresting people, unfortunately for Ken Paxton.
Kevin Fry, Washington correspondent for Spectrum News, New York 1. Kevin, I'm actually going to start with you just because you cover Congress really closely. Yeah. A state like New York made the midterms, right? Like very important. So what's significant about this moment with Texas?
Well, I mean, and look, some of these lawmakers are actually in New York right now as well. The governor there is supposed to meet with them today as part of all of this. When it comes to the balance of power in the House, it comes down to just a fraction of a margin, essentially. The margin's already razor thin. And so if you have 5 seats that could go then to the Republican column that might otherwise be in the Democratic column, that could be the entire ball game. We've seen this play out before in New York. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries is very...
By the way, here's a fascinating little story for you all. While we were on the discussion of Ken Paxton. The Texas Tribune from 2022. What is this? Oh no, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton fled his own home to avoid being served with a subpoena? According to court records, in an affidavit, a process server said that the state's top attorney tried to evade him as he attempted to deliver a subpoena from an abortion funds lawsuit against the state. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton fled his home in a truck driven by his wife, State Senator Angela Paxton, to avoid being served a subpoena Monday, according to an affidavit filed in federal court. Ernesto Martin Herrera, a processor, was attempting to serve the state's top attorney with a subpoena for a federal court hearing on Tuesday. Wow. Wow, it's fascinating. So apparently sometimes arrest warrants over subpoenas, Ken's a fan of them, and then other times he's very much not a fan of them. That's weird.
Very keen on becoming Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, and so he is eager to do anything he can to make sure that he holds on to that.
The thing is, there's actually a history of a quorum break-in in Texas,
Yes.
basically, where in the past, even the state rangers were called in to use force to make lawmakers come back. You're nodding. You remember this back in 2021. There is one person, a political science professor from the tells the Texas Tribune that there actually aren't that many options to force them to return. But there are some things, like they could take a novel aggressive measure, trimming the $20,000 monthly operating budgets given to House members to run their office, declaring the seats vacant, and triggering special elections. That's never been used.
And of course, there's the $500 daily fines for every day that they're away. But remember, when it comes to things like the $20,000 budget deficit or the $500 daily fines, this is what fundraising is for. And it's not just going to attract the interests of people in Texas. Nationally, I think you're going to have a lot of people who are interested in this, who are worried about what redistricting is doing to politics, who are going to come in and help to fund these through PACs. So I don't think that's the real issue. The seat vacancy thing, we've never seen that before. I don't know actually how that would work. The vote is supposed to happen today, so we'll get a little bit more information. But I'm watching, you were mentioning New York, also Illinois Governor Pritzker coming in and hosting a bunch of these Democrats. You're starting to see.
Let me let you hear what he had to say. He was speaking just Sunday night, welcoming lawmakers to his state.
All bets are off when the cult leader and would-be dictator of the United States tells Texas to midstream change the game when they know that they're going to lose in 2026. All bets are off. Everything's got to be on the table.
It's a national issue. This is not just a Texas thing. You're going to see a lot of Democratic governors, Democratic lawmakers, and activists come out in support of these Democrats because it's not just what it means for the state, it's what it means for the entire House, to your point.
Well, hold on 1 second, because Stephen was writing that basically you're like, gerrymandering is not just a thing Republicans do, but what do you see as different here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key thing. Why is this different? Because gerrymandering, drawing seats up for political advantages, has been going on for generations. What seems to have happened here is that the president called on his friends in Texas to open up this issue halfway through the normal 10-year cycle, specifically openly to try and get more seats, to try and keep this very narrow House majority. So that's come to another level. Now, the question is, how do Democrats respond? Leaving the state, that's a temporary solution. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, has talked about, well, if you can do it in Texas, we can do it in California. Some of the laws are a little...
But those laws can be changed. This guy's about to go be like, oh, well, the laws are different in California. Well, guess what? You can change the laws in California. California, just like Texas, has a state Senate, and you can pass new laws. You can pass new laws. Yeah, this has certainly been a discussion throughout this week, really since like Monday. This whole situation has been going on. Now, the Texas House issued civil arrest warrants for Democrats who chose to leave the state on Tuesday.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. today.
There are multiple things the Texas House is working on and should be working on at this time. Pursuant to the Constitution, the governor gets to set the agenda, and the Constitution says the members of the legislature shall show up to do their jobs. I am proud of the members who are here. It was bipartisan.
So proud.
I am hopeful there'll be more members here tomorrow. But I am disappointed that while these members are here,
Oh, he's so disappointed, so sad. So sad. Jesus Christ. There we go. The State House Assembly calling for the arrest of Democratic lawmakers who chose not to participate in Republicans' desire to usurp the voting rights of people in the state of Texas. How sad. How very, very sad. All right. Let's go here to Minnesota. U.S. governors of we spoke about this earlier in the week. They gathered. I think it was maybe over the weekend that they gathered together, and then earlier this week announced plans for redistricting in their states. I was wondering what they were cooking up, and I was like, I don't know if everybody remembers me covering this meeting of U.S. Democratic governors, but I was like, what the fuck is your plan right now, guys? Well, it turns out they did have a plan. I may have... The battle over potential I may have gotten ahead of myself on criticizing them for not having a plan. This is actually a plan. I'm going to give them credit where credit is due. This is a plan. This does count as a plan. Good job. Crumpled Zinc, welcome to Galactic Individual. That's going to count as a half a super chat towards the goal. Also increases our numbers, getting us one closer to having a 19th emote. You're heading in the right direction with that one, people. Okay. Yes, let's talk about this Democratic state redistricting plan.
The battle over potential congressional district changes is leading to a high-stakes power struggle in Texas. CBS News' Erica Brown explains what's behind the lawmakers fleeing the state and the governor's order to arrest them.
When Texas state lawmakers gathered Monday to hold a vote on a new congressional map pushed by President Trump, there weren't enough state Democrats present to hold a quorum.
members, a quorum is not present,
prompting the speaker to threaten their arrest.
This House will not sit quietly while you obstruct the work of the people.
It comes after dozens of Democrats fled Texas over the weekend to block the vote, heading to blue states like Illinois.
That is such a laughable claim. This is the work of the people. We are trying to disenfranchise vote. Like Republicans claiming that they're doing the work of the people while actively disenfranchising those people from their votes and from their Congress people is fucking insane.
This is ridiculous.
Talk about gaslighting. Like, is there a word for gaslighting while also projecting and simultaneously? Because I really do need a word for that. I need to come up with a word for that. Because it happens a lot. Republicans seem to do it constantly.
House will not sit quietly while you obstruct the work of the people.
It comes after dozens of Democrats fled Texas over the weekend to block the vote, heading to blue states like Illinois and New York.
This is about representation, about fairness, and about the integrity of our elections.
Texas Republicans hold 25 of the state's 38 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. The new map would give the GOP an advantage in at least 5 more seats. And with the president's party historically losing seats in a midterm election, President Trump asked Texas Governor Greg Abbott to redraw Texas's map.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to draw? 5.
Now, a number of Democratic leaders are threatening to retaliate by considering redistricting plans in their own states.
They're leaving us no choice. We must do the same.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says he stands ready to put new district lines in front of voters in a special election in November that would favor Democrats if Texas Republicans move forward with their plans.
They've triggered this response, and we're not going to roll over. Whatever they are doing will be neutered here in the state of California.
The Texas Democrats who fled say they had no choice.
We've told Republicans, enough, you've gone way too far.
Texas Governor Abbott has ordered the state's Department of Public Safety to locate and arrest the Democrats who fled and return them to the Texas House chamber. Erica Brown, CBS News, Washington.
All right, there we go. Democrats threatening to redistrict among a large number of states. I really do think this is quite a horrifying moment when you think about it. You know, I mean, I would prefer if all states just represented people in a fair and balanced way. Honestly, I think gerrymandering should be gotten rid of entirely. But if we're going to have it, and Republicans are going to attempt to disenfranchise their voters, I guess we'll have to disenfranchise some Republican voters in blue states. I just don't see what else that people are, you know, what are people supposed to do exactly? You know, seems like the only feasible option out there. All right, let's stay on this topic. Here's the AP from 2 days ago.
At the end of the day, 137 Texans lost their lives. That's an emergency. That demands our action. But instead of holding hearings on flood prevention, Greg Abbott and Donald Trump held 8 hearings on redistricting. Not for fairness, not for representation, but to manufacture 5 more Republican seats in Congress to enable Trump to cling on to power.
This governor talks a lot of noise, and I made sure that I put up my warrant from 4 years ago to make it plain that they talk a lot of noise, but these guys are weak. That's why they're over here trying to bully people. Bullies are always weak.
Weak.
The difference is they expect Democrats to kind of be the nice guys that we are. They expect us to take the punch and say thank you. Well, I am here to tell you not only are we going to punch back, but we're about to beat you down. That's right. Yeah. We are going to win.
Greg Abbott, don't mess with Texas.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
All right. Texas Democrats coming out saying they are here to fight. All right, here's PBS NewsHour to continue this discussion around redistricting. Okay, what is happening? Why is the stream all of a sudden lagging?
Welcome to the NewsHour. Democrats from the Texas House of
This is unacceptable. It doesn't even make sense why this is happening. That's pretty frustrating, but I'm gonna try and power through this. Hopefully it corrects itself.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Democrats from the Texas House of Representatives have fled the state in order to block the passage of a new congressional map. The redistricting is a priority for President Trump, but critics call it gerrymandering and election rigging.
In the Texas House of Representatives today,
members, a quorum is not present.
Gridlock. The Republican majority had planned to vote through new partisan congressional district maps, a goal pushed by President Trump and one of the reasons for this special session.
To those who are absent, return now. The people of Texas are watching, and so is the nation. And if you choose to continue down this road, you should know there will be consequences.
Instead, nearly every Democrat was absent from the chamber, preventing any voting.
This is State Representative Vinton Jones, and we're here at the airport preparing to break quorum.
Many of them had fled the state Sunday, posting their protests from the tarmac.
The governor and president has forced redistricting down our throats. I'm out, but I'm here for you.
They landed in Democratic strongholds, like Chicago.
If Donald Trump is allowed to do this, if he is allowed to once again cheat and get away with it, there's no stopping this.
And Albany.
The fight to protect democracy is not confined to one state. The fight is for all 50.
Democratic governors welcomed them. In Illinois, J.B. Pritzker.
Let's be clear, this is not just rigging the system in Texas. It's about rigging the system against the rights of all Americans for years to come.
And in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul, who said if the Texas maps move forward, she would push her state to redraw its own congressional map to boost Democrats.
If Republicans are willing to rewrite these rules to give themselves an advantage, then they're leaving us no choice. We must do the same.
An escalation in a redistricting arms race. It started with Texas Republicans planning.
I can't wait to see the new maps. I can't wait to see the new maps in New York. Have like little fingers coming off of the boroughs going into upstate New York, obliterating Republican seats left and right. Oh God. Kinda gets me excited just thinking about it. Honestly, hate New York Republicans. They're the worst. Now some of these get what's her name? Former interim UN ambassador. What was her name? I can't think of her name right now. God damn it. You know, the terrible one. Alright, they're all terrible. Somebody's got to know who I'm talking about. We talked about her for months. But she's just out of my brain now. I can't think of her. Because she's not important to me at all. Especially, Elise Stefanik? No, wait, no. Not Elise Stefanik. What's her... God damn it. Whatever her name is. She's the... Are we getting buffering? We are getting serious buffering over here on the goddamn stream. This is pissing me off. All right, chat. I'm going to take, I think it's a good time, especially because I'm just sitting here trying to solve the stream buffering, for us to just take a normal break. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Also would like to remind everyone that of course we have a chat goal going right now to ensure that we get all of the sweet space content that we so deserve. And if you would like to contribute to that goal, well, you got a lot of great ways to do just that. Although this buffering is really pissing me off. I don't even understand why this is happening. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Whatever, I'm pretending it's not happening. Pretending it's not happening. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest from the Galactic News Network. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. 10 cents a day, $3 a month is all it costs to become a Galactic Patron, getting access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. And all of those ways are available to you to contribute, as well as to contribute not just to the production of the stream, but also to the goal. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, Space Fams. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Remind everybody right now to click live again. Otherwise, you're probably way behind on the stream right now. It does appear to be working again, finally. Who knows if that's going to stick? Knock on Spacewood. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Alright, let's go back to talking about the redistricting fight that's going on right now. One which I should point out is very strange happening. Usually, redistricting and redrawing of congressional maps does not happen mid-decade. The time which is slated for redistricting is in 2030. But Republicans are determined to cling to power in whatever unfair and insane ways they can think of. Donald Trump had some stuff to say about this, which I found just truly horrifying and a genuine fucking example of just how authoritarian this country has become in a short time.
Texas Senator John Cornyn is asking for your help to force Democrats back to the state and hold them accountable. Do you want the federal government and the FBI to help locate and arrest these Texas Democrats who have left the state?
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before.
Nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever seen it, even though it's happened twice before. It's weird. Nobody even noticed it last time, and now they noticed.
Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want them back. Not only the Attorney General, the governor wants them back. If you look, I mean, the governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So,
what I found so disturbing about this claim from Donald Trump is, I mean, the sequence of events around this. Donald Trump is the one who directed Texas to do this, right? And since Texas does not have the legal authority to arrest people outside of the state of Texas, Donald Trump's stated plan to unleash the FBI against them. I mean, this is the king dictating from on high. When the elected government objects, he sends the fucking Gestapo after them. I mean, it's insane. It is insane. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Democrats to get back in power and have Republicans claim that they're, Democrats are being authoritarian and heavy-handed with the federal government. Oh, I cannot wait for that. I cannot wait for that shit. And we need to get people in office who are prepared to wield the power of the federal government in similar ways that Donald Trump has, but for good reasons rather than bad ones. To help the country rather than hurt it. You know, sorry, Republicans, you're going to have to deal with it type of thing. I'm just yearning for that to come.
this is the very definition of totalitarianism.
The very definition of totalitarianism. That's what this is. Now, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, yesterday asked the state Supreme Court to remove Democrats from office.
This morning, the governor of Texas is asking the state Supreme Court to remove the Democratic caucus chair from office from the Texas House because he and other Democrats fled Texas to block a vote on redrawing the Texas congressional map. President Trump also weighing in, accusing Democrats of abandoning the state.
Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want him back. Not only the Attorney General, the governor wants him back. If you look, I mean, the governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So a lot of people are demanding they come back. You can't just sit it out.
All right, let's get right to CNN's Ed Lavendera in Austin, where now the president says maybe the FBI should get involved in.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking for the last several days about how this situation here continues to escalate, and really things continuing to head that way, John, as the governor, Greg Abbott, saying that he has requested from the Texas Supreme Court that the chairman of the Democratic caucus, Gene Wu, who's a representative from the Houston area, be removed from office, and then also Ken Paxton, the attorney general, who is also saying that the lawmakers have until Friday before they go to the courts here to have them removed, describe them as jet-setting runaways and that they are rogue lawmakers, and on that basis, and saying that they have essentially vacated their seats. Now, Democrats vehemently are pushing back against this. They describe this as bluster, hollow threats that the Republican governor and attorney general don't have a legal leg to stand on here in this particular situation. This is what Gene Wu told CNN last night.
What we're looking at is a governor who is conspiring with a disgraced president to use unconstitutional, illegal racial gerrymandering to destroy our communities. I have a duty to respond to that. I have an obligation to do everything I can to stop that using every legal means necessary.
John, every indication we have so far is that Democrats are not going to come back despite this Friday deadline. Friday is also the next time that the Texas House of Representatives is going to try to reconvene and make a full quorum. And again, every indication we have so far is that by then, Texas Democrats will not be returning to Texas. There's a little under 2 weeks left in this special legislative session. And what we've heard repeatedly from Democrats is that they're willing to stay away from this legislative process at least that long.
Is this going to become a nationwide gerrymandering free-for-all ahead of the midterm elections? You've got state leaders in both parties threatening to claim more congressional seats by rewriting their voter maps. Indiana could be up next. As we mentioned earlier, J.D. Vance travels there today. But while talking to reporters Tuesday, the governor there hinted about what could be on the agenda.
It's exploratory, so there's been no commitments made. It looks like it's going to happen across many Republican states, and I think that my observation would be that the folks raising the most cane about it are the ones that have gerrymandered their own states.
So what does this mean for your vote? David Daley is the author of the book Rat Effed, Why Your Vote Doesn't Count. He joins me now. David, that's a pretty intense name for a book about gerrymandering and redistricting. What do you, to be honest, I want to talk about the fact that the Supreme Court ruling in 2019 kind of pulled the guardrails from this, right? But in part, the court said, look, in recent years, there's been redistricting commissions and people seem to be taking care of what is a political process. Why did things regress so quickly?
That's right. The court actually accidentally, perhaps, signed the death warrant for those reform movements when they, in 2019, closed the federal courts to partisan gerrymandering claims. What they said was that the federal courts would no longer be available to police the bad behavior of politicians. And what we're seeing across the country right now is that politicians behave terribly when it comes to redistricting. It is so important. The power to draw lines is the power to pick winners and losers. And we need a national solution. As we see this spiral from state to state, this can either spiral down to the bottom or we can have a national solution. And John Roberts and the court closed that possibility off at exactly the moment that federal judges appointed by both presidents, looked at gerrymanders drawn by both parties, by Democrats in Maryland, by Republicans in Wisconsin, North Carolina, Ohio, and Michigan, and said, we have the tools we need to fix this. John Roberts said, no, that math doesn't work. It's sociological gobbledygook, closed the federal courts, and here we are.
I want to.
It's sociological gobbledygook. I'd be shocked to hear that John Roberts has ever found himself in a sociology classroom. But you know, John Roberts' brain is gobbledygook. Okay, that's my opinion. And you know, we are allowing just rampant corruption and the government to run roughshod over.
And then what do you think is this?
Please shut up, Brittany. Run roughshod over the rights of American voters. Like I said before, I don't approve of gerrymandering, but the fact that Republicans are acting in this obviously illegal and unconstitutional way right now to try and gerrymander mid-decade, which is something that is very I mean, I don't know if this has ever happened before. Certainly not at the behest of a president. And it's not like they're not doing it at the behest of Donald Trump. Donald Trump said do it. Greg Abbott same day came out and said, all right, we're gonna do it. It's literally this is on the say-so of the president, and it's fucking wild.
This is ridiculous.
Now, Texas Representative Greg Casar went on to Forbes Breaking News to discuss all of this yesterday.
And then what do you think is the solution next? Because A, the Democrats from Texas can't stay in these states until midterms, and B, if I know Governor Newsom has said that he would redistrict. I know other blue state governors like Kathy Hochul, like Governor Pritzker have said that redistricting isn't off the table. I mean, what do you want to see next here?
I hope that those California Republicans and Illinois Republicans and Maryland Republicans and New York Republicans turn to Speaker Mike Johnson and to Donald Trump and say, let's just cut this out. And I think that would be the ideal outcome, would be for there to be no more gerrymandering, and for those Republican members to tell Donald Trump that he's got to try to win the election fair and square, because Donald Trump doesn't have a plan for winning the upcoming midterm elections. He's trying to pass this plan to rig those elections. We can't let him do it. I think the next steps are for those brave Texas Democrats to continue to buy us time while we go and pressure those blue state Republicans to go talk to Donald Trump.
And do you think that pressure campaign's working? I'm thinking of, like you said, Republicans in blue states, like the Mike Lawlers in Congress. What do those conversations look like?
I think that those Republicans that are in New York or in California or in Maryland need to go talk to Donald Trump and let him know that what Donald Trump is doing in Texas could very well cost them their seats. And so they've got to decide whether they're going to stand up for their district, for their constituents, for their work, or whether they just carry Daddy Donald Trump's water. I think that's the question that confronts them.
And Congressman, I know you're saying that this is a national problem. You are sounding the alarm here, saying this doesn't just stop in Texas. But I can imagine that you've thought about your seat here in your district, because this map essentially slices out your district. I mean, what are you specifically doing next? How are you feeling?
Merging my district with my fellow Democratic congressman's district here in Austin isn't really just about me or about any other member of Congress. It's about our voters. Voters in Austin, Texas deserve their full representation. They don't deserve a gerrymandered map that's being imposed on them from the White House. At the end of the day, my district is a voting rights protected district. The Supreme Court determined that Latinos here in Central Texas deserve to have full representation. But if Donald Trump is allowed to suppress the votes of communities of color and working class people here in Austin, he'll want to spread that plan across America. And so this stand is not about me. It's not about my career. It's about the voters here in Central Texas and the right of voters across the country to pick their elected officials and not have their elected officials use basically racial districting redlining to suppress your voice.
Yep. That's absolutely what's happening here. But Democrat states can do the opposite.
All right, changing gears to...
They can do some reverse racism real quick. Especially places like New York. I mean, it would certainly change things up pretty drastically, but, you know, the rural parts of New York don't have a lot of people in them. You know, and if you were an unscrupulous individual, you could just sort of just start grabbing entire Republican districts in the state of New York and just attach them to other districts. And they would not have the votes to even upend those seats, even if they wanted to. Alright, let's go on to talking about the economy. Oh, wait, I'm forgetting one video. Let's go here. CBS News from 13 hours ago. FBI approves request to help locate Texas Democrats who fled. Great. Great.
To the latest on the political standoff in Texas, the state's attorney general is now investigating a political action committee run by Democrat Beto O'Rourke. It's called Powered by People. AG Ken Paxton says it is illegally paying for lawmakers to leave the state to derail a vote on a Republican redistricting plan. Lawmakers from both sides spoke with Major Garrett last night on the Takeout.
Well, our goal here is to defeat this particular special session. And as you know, the governor calls it for 30 days. And so we have towards the end of August to finish out this session. Special sessions are supposed to be just that, special. They're not supposed to be overtime plays for purely partisan gifts.
Not one Democrat has been stripped of their seniority, their committee assignments, their budgets, their staff. Hell, we haven't even taken away their parking spots yet. So no, I continue to call on the leadership, the Republican leadership in the state of Texas, to do what the voters of Texas want. In addition to the redistricting, they want more than just bold.
I love Republicans in Texas claiming they care about what voters want while they try and disenfranchise those voters. And people like CBS continue to give that any sort of airtime.
Bring in CBS News Texas reporter Trevor Sohaki. Trevor, thanks for coming on the show. We are hearing new information about the involvement of. Are we hearing new information about the involvement of the FBI?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. We're just getting this into our newsroom in the last hour or so. Now, this comes from Senator Cornyn here in Texas. He says that the FBI is now going to get involved with the search for those Texas House Democrats that left the state house earlier this week and are now holed up in places like Illinois, New York, Massachusetts. Earlier this week, Senator Cornyn called on the FBI. He asked the FBI director, Kash Patel, he asked the director to help out with the location and bringing those Texas House Democrats back. We also heard from President Trump. President Trump said the FBI may get involved here because the issue at stake is that the Texas Department of Public Safety, you would know them as the Texas Rangers, their only authority, their jurisdiction is within the state of Texas. So as soon as these Texas House Democrats left the state of Texas, the Department of Public Safety can't do anything with that. They have to wait until the Democrats come back, and then they can bring them into Austin, into the Capitol, for that quorum that is needed to pass any bills to get those votes on. And so the senators, especially the Republican Senator Cornyn here, he asked the FBI to get involved. We're still not sure exactly what level of involvement the FBI is going to be in this case. Are they going to be going across state lines? Are they going to physically arrest these lawmakers and bring them back into Texas? Still working all that out, still reporting all this out. And I should mention as well, CBS News has reached out to the FBI for comment and has not heard back yet. But still, there's a very developing story just within the last hour or so.
Yeah, we're really trying.
Oh my God. Can we send John Cornyn to Guantanamo? I mean, I don't know. Legally speaking, we've sent a bunch of people to Guantanamo. I guess we have to come up with a justification for it, right? Legally speaking, just accuse them of terrorism, and then we'll stick them in Guantanamo. That's really all it takes, right? It's just an accusation of terrorism. And we'll just remove all of your rights. All right, let's move on to talking about the economy. And there's been a lot of stuff going on with the U.S. economy this week. Now, last Friday, Donald Trump fired the Bureau of Labor and Statistics Commissioner when he received bad news that job numbers were actually much worse than originally thought. In May and June and July's job numbers also bad. On the initial report, let's go back in time. This was Donald Trump explaining why he fired the commissioner for the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Oh yeah, I think so. And if you look at before the election, the same kind of thing happened. And I think you'll see some very interesting information come out. But you have to have honest reports. And when you look at those numbers, or when you look at just before the election, and then after the election, they corrected it by 800,000 or 900,000.
And then they corrected it.
Jobs. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, although the thing that Donald Trump thinks happened actually never happened. But he does seem to be slipping into Alzheimer's/dementia faster and faster. Democrats don't have to be out of state to deny a quorum. I mean, technically you're right about that. I wouldn't argue that fact, but I think the Democrats are doing, I could be wrong, but it would seem to be the case. They left the state because they, I think, rightly assume that Republicans would arrest them if they were still in Texas, right? And compel them to be in the state legislature. So the only way to avoid that fiasco from occurring, I think Democrats took the next best step and decided to leave, right? Because of course, the AG and the governor could direct law enforcement to pick them up. You can tell they want to, but they know that they don't have the authority to do so while they're out of the state. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. In theory, it makes sense, but in practice, right now, considering everything, I just don't think that Republicans in Texas would let that fly. Let them just hang out at home and not show up. No, I don't think so.
President Trump's economic vision is finally becoming a reality as he forces countries to accept steep new tariffs. But as he's feeling newly emboldened, the president is also lashing out when things do not go his way. In just the last few days, he fired a government statistician when job numbers came in weak, demanded the Fed chair resign, repositioned nuclear submarines following critical comments by a Putin ally, slammed several GOP senators for breaking with them, and then told the Democratic leader to, quote, go to hell. And now news this weekend that the administration is probing the former special counsel who previously pursued charges against Trump himself.
Okay, we don't need all of this. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Oh, I forgot what this is. This is just a round table. I don't have time for this goddamn round table bullshit from CNN. Let's continue. Let's continue talking about that jobs report Donald Trump was so furious about. And let's go back in time, see what he said about previous jobs reports.
Here at the AP, we've put together a report on some of the things that President Donald Trump has said as it relates to job numbers over the past year. And one thing that we found out, when the numbers seem to favor the president, he's relatively favorable to them. But when the numbers seem to either favor his opponents or trend downward during his administration, the president has accused those who keep the data of manipulating the numbers and doing so to disfavor him. Take a look at this post from Truth Social from November 1st, 2024. Trump called a relatively flat jobs report an embarrassment for the United States.
Today's jobs report is a great embarrassment for our nation. Kamala has lied for years about their pathetic job growth, which has never been real. Kamala killed 46,000 manufacturing jobs, while 773,000 Americans have lost employment in just the last year, all while their numbers have been taken by foreign-born workers. America is a capital N nation in capital D decline because Sleepy Joe and Lion Kamala didn't do their job. All caps, Trump, quote-unquote Trump. I don't know why he's speaking. Why is he speaking in the third person? Quote unquote, Trump will fix it. Make America great again. Go vote.
States. Keep in mind that this was happening.
By the way, yeah, this is the jobs report that he was talking about right before the election, November 1st, 2024. What do you say? I mean, what? He's like, terrible, terrible jobs report.
Flat jobs report, an embarrassment for the United States. Keep in mind that this was happening just a few days ahead of the general presidential election and during the administration of Democrat Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. In April 2025, Trump praised a job report that showed the addition of
great jobs numbers, far better than expected. It's already working. Hang tough. We can't lose. No wonder Donald Trump is so upset. You know, he can't help himself but praise anything that he can take credit for. And that's exactly what he did earlier this year for those April numbers that turned out to be very, very bad.
1,000 jobs to the U.S. market. This was just a few months into his own presidential administration. We're talking about this now because last week on Truth Social, Trump posted that he had
I was just informed that our country's quote-unquote jobs numbers are being produced by a capital B, capital A Biden appointee, Dr. Erica McIntyre, the Commissioner of Labor Statistics, who faked the jobs numbers before the capital E election to try and boost Kamala's chance of capital V victory. This is the same capital B Bureau of Labor Statistics that overstated the capital J, capital G jobs growth in March 2024 by approximately 818,000. And then again, right before the 2024 presidential election in August and September by 112,000. These were capital R records. No one can be that wrong. Question mark? No one can be that wrong? No one can be that wrong? We need accurate capital J, capital N jobs numbers. I have directed my capital T team to fire this capital B, capital P, capital A Biden political appointee. All caps, immediately. She will be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified. Important numbers like this must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated for political purposes. McIntyre said there were only 73,000 jobs added. A shock. But more importantly, that a major mistake was made by them. 258,000 jobs downward. In the prior 2 months, similar things happened in the first part of the year, always to the negative. The capital E economy is all caps booming under quote-unquote Trump, despite a capital F Fed that always plays games. This time with capital I, capital R, interest rates, where they lowered them twice and substantially just before the presidential election, I assume in the hopes of getting quote-unquote Kamala elected. How did that work out? Jerome, quote-unquote Too-Late Powell should always be put, quote-unquote, out to pasture. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I don't think Donald Trump knows how quotation marks work. Or punctuation. Or grammar. Or anything, honestly. Including the jobs numbers. Because, of course, the jobs numbers get revised all the time. Happens literally all the time. They get more data as they release initial jobs numbers the month after the jobs, the month after, right? So if it's May, you release the April numbers, June, May, so on and so forth, right? And then as well as releasing the jobs numbers, we are receiving new information, and so the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they release revisions to those numbers on a very, very regular basis. It happens all the goddamn time. It's practically every month that they come out and say, we actually added more jobs than expected. Actually, we lost more jobs than expected. It just happens. It happens every month. But Donald Trump is just upset because it makes him look like a fucking idiot. Because he was out claiming that the Trump economy was booming and that he had created all these jobs. And now it's the Bureau of Labor and Statistics' fault for there being less jobs. That's what it is. Because politics. Because they... I mean, here's the question I'd like you to ask yourself. What is the political gain? What would be the political gain of somebody at the Bureau of Labor Statistics be expecting from changing the numbers? Just play with me here, because I mean, sure, he's upset about what happened during the election. Of course, nothing actually happened that was a very positive for the Biden administration, Kamala, that came out of the bureau. But how do we get to this place? What exactly who would this benefit? There is no election right now. So is it just pure messaging? The BLS is just out here to help Democrats with messaging against Donald Trump. That's maybe one of the most ridiculous things I can think of. By the way, just want to remind everybody that we still have a goal going in chat to ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet content tonight.
President Trump is expected to nominate...
Please shut up, sir. We are at 3.5 of 10. That means we need 6.5 more super chats in the next hour and a half. Yeah, we got like an hour and a half to complete the goal right now. All right, let's go here. PBS NewsHour. Firing of labor statistics head undermines trust in key data. Yes, that's true. It does do that.
President Trump is expected to nominate a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics this week, days after firing Commissioner Erica McIntyre following the release of a disappointing jobs report. Friday's report showed just 73,000 jobs added in July, well below expectations, and included sharp downward revisions for May and June. The president quickly dismissed the data as rigged and manipulated for political purposes, a claim he repeated last night.
We had no confidence. I mean, the numbers were ridiculous, what she announced, but that was just one negative number. All of the numbers seemed to be great.
For a closer look, we're joined now by William Beach. He is the previous Commissioner of Labor Statistics and was nominated by President Trump during his first term in office back in 2017. Mr. Beach, thanks for being with us.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
So President Trump called the July numbers fake. He accused Erica McIntyre, the BLS commissioner he fired, of rigging the data. What's your reaction to her firing and the underlying allegation?
Well, it's just very implausible, and I'll tell you why. The Commissioner of Labor Statistics, that was my job, has no access to the collection of the data, has no access to the summation of the data when it comes out of the regions, goes to the national office, has no access, no hand, no possibility of having any involvement in the calculation of the numbers that are ultimately published. In fact, the commissioner doesn't see the number for the first time. The numbers are revealed to the commissioner Wednesday morning, usually around 11 o'clock, in a meeting. Those numbers have now been loaded into all the machines all over the data center, which will go all over the world eventually at 8:30 Eastern time, Friday morning. So the claim that the commissioner could influence the data has to be a lot more specific, because there's no access to actually influence the data.
Wow. Shock of shocks. The Bureau of Labor and Statistics Commissioner does not collect the data themselves? You're telling me that somehow there's an entire apparatus of people, government employees, who are collecting this data and compiling it and then bringing it to the commissioner of BLS, and then they release the data? Oh, weird. So you're telling me that there was no opportunity for the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics to ever affect those numbers in a political or biased way, and it's literally just their job to make sure all the numbers come in and all of the figures go out to the public? Weird. Very, very weird.
Welcome back. You know this, but it bears repeating. President Trump fired the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner on Friday. The reason cited, though it lacked evidence, last week's job report was, quote, rigged. Former commissioner of the Labor Statistics Bureau, Catherine Abraham, joins me now. She served in that post from 1993 until 2001. Catherine, I'm grateful for your expertise and your time. Tell my audience, if they're at all confused about this, if on the day or two before these job reports are released, the commissioner can do anything about them to, quote unquote, alter or rig them?
No, the commissioner really has no control at all over what the numbers are. By the time he or she sees the numbers, they're finalized. They've been produced using methods that were laid out well in advance and carried out by the professional staff of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and what the commissioner gets is the final product.
And that final product is the representation of work that has gone on for several days, if not weeks, in the preceding month, correct?
Yeah, for a couple of weeks in the preceding month. There's a sample of businesses that are surveyed. There are data collectors who go out and get the numbers from the businesses. The estimates are produced using the statistical methods that have been put in place and documented for a long time. So,
yes, I just want everybody to get those images in your mind, okay? I know these details seem sort of mundane, but just think about this, okay? The way that this woman just referred to them, she's a former, I believe she worked at labor or whatever, but point is, it doesn't actually matter who she is, because she's absolutely right about the way that these things are collected and the way that they're presented. They are not exact figures. They are estimates. She said it just now. They are estimates. Why? Because it would be an incredible undertaking to get down to an exact number every single month how many jobs have been added. So they estimate, they survey businesses, they reach out to different individuals, but they do not know for certain what those numbers are going to be. Even because due to the fact they're estimating, just like polls, just like political polls, there is an element of what do you call it? God damn it! Intrinsically, error. Oh God, there's a margin for error on these things, right? And it's much larger than political polls, honestly. Jesus Christ. Is everybody live on the video? I see people talking about PBS right now, but we're way ahead of that right now. Everybody click live in case you've been shot back in the stream from all of the lag that we had earlier today. Very frustrating lag situation we've been dealing with.
The jobs numbers came out. I know you discussed this on Friday.
Yep. And the revisions to the May and June numbers, which might have even been more dramatic news.
Well,
fake stats.
It gives a picture of what is happening. And you should understand this is happening as supposedly we have now net migration. I don't know if that's exactly the case, but there are reports to that effect because we're deporting so many people. And it's not just deporting the people, but people are afraid to go to work. Even people who ostensibly would not be deported are afraid to show up at work. And what happens if you've got a 25-person construction crew and 10 or 15 people aren't showing up, your job site shuts down. And nobody's looking to, they're looking to hire people. But I don't know where all of these Americans are hiding, that they're not coming out and taking all these jobs.
They're living off of Medicaid and trips to the hospital.
They're just down in their basement, playing video games. But we are watching the economy contract. Job loss is often a leading indicator of this. And we're going to start feeling the implications of tariffs. We have some good examples of some clips of people who are adamant. I make my product in the U.S. I'm pro-tariff, and are finding out that you really need to be more specific with what you're pro. You might want to be pro-specific tariffs, but not just tariffs, wielded around like a baseball bat. We'll get to that. But the way that the BLS works is you have two different surveys that they use to estimate and put out an estimated picture of jobs losses and gains. There's the household survey, and then there's a second one that's more business oriented in data. Household survey is literally just like, hey, how many people are working in your household?
Right.
Did anybody lose their job? It's literally, the way we know a survey. The other is a combination of both interviews with employers, with data that's filed, and none of that data comes in just a 30-day period. That's a quick snapshot. That's why you get revisions. We've had multiple eras of massive revisions. 2009, where things changed so dramatically because of the financial crisis. During COVID, we saw this. And the shock of the tariffs and what it did in terms of freezing businesses, I think, is what we're starting to see. Not necessarily the tariffs themselves, but just simply like, we don't know what's going on here. I'm not hiring anybody.
Liberation.
And they were hoping that Trump would chicken out. So basically, they've just been kind of bracing themselves, but they can't offset the pain that they're experiencing anymore, basically, or delay.
So here is Trump speaking as to why he fired the chief of the BLS, and listen carefully to how he thinks information has been manipulated in the past.
Mr. President, on the monthly jobs report, going forward, why should anyone trust the numbers?
Well, that's
and
the
if
big thing. You're right. No, you're right. Why should anybody trust numbers? You go back to election day. Look what happened 2 or 3 days before with massive, wonderful job numbers, trying to get him elected or her elected, trying to get whoever the hell was running. Because you go back, and they came out with numbers that were very favorable to Kamala, okay? To trying to get him elected, trying to get her elected. And then on the 15th of November or thereabouts, they had an 800,000 or 900,000 overstatement reduction right after the election. It didn't work because you know who won, John? I won.
But here's the thing. Your supporters have had issues with these numbers.
Okay, so he's being asked, everybody's expecting you're going to hire a crony who's just going to lie for you. How can we trust these numbers? And he goes back and he goes, you remember, right before the election, they came out with great jobs numbers. And then right after they came out.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like that sort of, that basic, I mean, that quick, what do you call it? It's not really, that sort of bait and switch that Donald Trump sort of does there. I mean, it essentially suggests that what he in fact, he's like, look, they had a personal numbers person. Why can't I have somebody go in there and make up good numbers for me? That's only right. It's only right. Okay.
Going to lie for you. How can we trust these numbers? And he goes back and he goes, you remember, right before the election, they came out with great jobs numbers. And then right after they came out with the revisions and said they were bad.
Nasty numbers.
Except for this sundowning old man.
Who was I running against?
Whatever I was running against.
He, she, they.
This is a clip of that same sundowning man. When was this from?
November 1st. So this is after, these are when the October numbers were released prior to the election. I
was just going to ask, because it's a clip of him campaigning.
Yeah.
Why would he be campaigning after the election?
It would be weird. It would be weird.
Oh, so it was before the election.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear what he says, whether we can trust these numbers.
4 days before the election, they have among the worst numbers ever in history. Nobody's ever heard. They did 12,000 jobs. Normally you're 250, 300,000, 400,000. They did 12. Think of it, 12,000 jobs. And it's hundreds of thousands of jobs, less than it should be. Think. Because they're pathetic. They don't know anything. These people don't know anything. She's a very low IQ person. We don't need a low IQ individual. We just had that for 4 years. We don't need this.
He's talking about the jobs report that came out before the election and said that there was only 12,000 jobs that were added at that time.
Right.
I do like the benchmark of you need 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 is a normal month for job gains.
I also like how he completely misunderstood the question from that reporter who was saying, like, how in the future can we trust the numbers if you put...
He understood.
No, I mean, I don't know. Is he sundowning or does he just, like, have a reflexive lying reaction to all of this? I guess it doesn't necessarily matter.
It could be both.
It could be both. It
But
could
it's
be
like
both.
amazing, this war on, like, this anti-intellectualism that's just, like, also a huge...
They're not mutually exclusive. Maybe on a case-by-case basis they are, but they could be happening simultaneously. Sam makes a strong point. There's no reason to rule that out. Ah, Jesus Christ. What an insane time we're living in. Can't even trust the jobs numbers. We're not going to be able to trust the jobs numbers anymore. I mean, who is going to get the job? It's one thing I keep asking myself. I saw somebody in chat suggest it would be Maria Bartiromo. Maybe it'll be Larry Kudlow. But Larry Kudlow. Our jobs numbers are really good today. Turns out 1 million jobs were created in July. Great job, Trump. Great job. You are truly a gem, a treasure, an American treasure. Sorry, that was my best Larry Kudlow impression on the fly. Okay, let's go here. CNN from 2 days ago. Wrong, wrong, and wrong. CNN fact-checks Trump's job report claims. Uh-oh, not fact-checks.
President Trump defending his decision to fire the Bureau of Labor.
Illegal. Facts? Facts are a crime.
Commissioner, as we're standing by.
Facts are not legal anymore.
Illegal. Him to announce a replacement. We also have new CNN reporting on what set him off, what happened behind the scenes before he ousted that top labor official, accusing her without evidence of rigging the job numbers. CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House now. She has this new reporting. What more have you learned? And Elena, what more are we hearing from the president just speaking moments ago?
Yeah, well, let me start with the second part of this, what President Trump is continuing to say this morning, because I'd remind you, this firing, of course, of the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics came Friday after.
I have to stop this important CNN bulletin to say thank you to Will in Detroit. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, it's the first time I've tried. I think it might be the first time I've ever even tried to do a Larry Kudlow impression. I'm glad to know that without practice, it's a top tier one. I really do appreciate that.
I'd remind you, this firing, of course, of the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics came Friday after that worse than expected jobs report, including some of the revisions down from previous months. And this morning he's still talking about it, arguing it's, you know, the system is rigged, that it's political, all things that he's continued, and other officials as well, continue to argue without any real evidence. And it comes, of course, as we know, that the president said that midweek this week, at some point in the next couple of days, he is expected to name her replacement. But I want you to listen to what he told CNBC just moments ago, Jessica.
It is antiquated, but it's also very political. And, you know, I had an election recently where I did very well, won every swing state, won the popular vote, won everything, all right? Won. It's, I think, 87% of the counties were Republican up. That's never happened before. And yet I had to go through hell. And just days before the election, they put out numbers that it was like the country was on fire. It was doing so well. And then they did a revision about 2 weeks later, and the revision was down by almost 900,000 jobs. You remember that? And I said, man, I said, what would have happened? What would have happened if I lost? Think of it. I would have said they gave phony numbers and then they revised them a week and a half later.
All right, Jessica, the reason I want...
Listening to Joe Kiernan over there on CNBC struggle with that. He's like, but Mr. President, no, shut up, Joe. Joe, you're wasting this opportunity right now. Stop interrupting me. Let's just move on from that one. We don't need this whole CNN piece. Let's go to earlier today. How's that sound? Does that sound good to you? Does that sound good to you, chat? Because Donald Trump came out with, who was this? Was it Scott Bessent? I can't remember. Donald Trump and one of his economics advisors came out in the White House. I keep forgetting who this fucking weirdo is. Anybody know this guy's name? I cannot remember this dude's name or what his job is. But here we go. Donald Trump and some random guy coming out in the gold-plated Oval Office with some graphs for us. This is all very exciting. I'm not sure. I cannot attest to the figures that are being put here in front of us.
News from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before, and I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. That's a, Mr. President, that's a gigantic error.
It's a gigantic error.
It might not have been an error. That's the bad part.
Might not have been an
If it's
error.
an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think
Might
they
not
did
have been
it
an error.
Whether
Might have
that
been on purpose.
may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence.
Ah.
Okay. So 1.5 million
Okay.
jobs.
Okay, it was incompetence. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. Because, of course, the Bureau of Labor Statistics has never overestimated jobs numbers before. What's that? They do it every year? Ah. Dang it. Thought this was incontrovertible proof. You're telling me that overestimates happen literally every year, regardless of who's president and what political party they are in. Ah, god damn it.
That's too much, man!
They sat around here for literally like 10 minutes going on, droning on and on about these fucking numbers. As if they feel, and the fact that they decided to put this all on onto poster board, print it all out, and trot. I mean, look at this shit. I mean, you can you tell just how serious they are about this? Like, look, it's not just because I hate bad numbers, okay, and that it made me look very bad. All right, look at the graphs. Look how many big, colorful graphs we have. Can't you tell just how serious this is? It's got nothing to do with the fact that it made me look like a real douche. Okay. Everybody, can you see it?
So we're going to go
Can you
now
see the
over
graphs?
to East Room, and we're going to celebrate some very brave people.
We're going to go celebrate
with
people.
Purple hearts. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
We're going to go celebrate people with purple hearts. Those nasty veterans. Those terrible, nasty veterans who I have said very bad things about in the past. We gotta go momentarily honor them before I go back to saying bad things about them and taking away their health care. Stuff like that. Stolen trophy in the back. Are you talking about the World Cup trophy? I love how that trophy has not left his office. It is amazing. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Well, those graphs clearly prove it. Donald Trump isn't firing the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner because he got some unfortunate economic news in his presidency. It's because it's very incompetent. She's very incompetent. That's why she got 86-8 votes in the Senate. That's right. She was confirmed by 86-8 in Senate. So, bipartisan appointee fired. Because of incompetence, not because she said nasty things about me. Come on. All right. Now, I mentioned military families a moment ago. Their access to insurance. But veterans are facing all sorts of problems in the United States right now. Including food insecurity. That's right. The troops are starving. Thanks to Donald Trump.
Almost everyone in this food line is either an active duty service member or married to one. Twice a week, just outside of Fort Hood, Texas, the Armed Services YMCA holds a free food distribution for the military community. And every week, there are more families in the line than food to serve.
Lately, it's just been, we've been having to use it a lot often.
Chantel McLeod's husband is an E7 Sergeant First Class, and she has a part-time job that lets her work from home.
On paper, you would think y'all would be good.
Totally not true. In my opinion, it doesn't really keep up with the growing of the economy, what they pay the soldiers.
5 relocations, 2 deployments, and 3 kids later. She says food pantries have become a lifeline.
It kind of frees up a lot so my kids can be kids, you know, and not worry.
We caught up with Michelle, Megan, and Crystal, Army wives on their weekly food pantry carpool as they visited 3 in a single day.
This really takes up a lot of our time. It's my birthday and I'm at a pantry because if I miss today's pantry, that's gonna determine how the rest of the week goes.
And if you don't go to the food pantry, that means you're gonna have to spend money on food and then your kids aren't going to be able to go to the pool in the summer or do basic kid stuff.
Or gas or toilet paper.
A USDA study last year estimated 1 in 4 active duty troops are now food insecure. more than double the rate for civilians. And despite a recent 10% pay raise specifically for junior enlisted troops and the expansion of a stipend for those most in need, food insecurity in the military does not seem to be going anywhere.
Do y'all feel like you're living in poverty? Yes. Yeah.
According to Pentagon data obtained by NBC News through a records request, nearly 40% of children at DoD-run schools on U.S. military bases currently qualify for lunch assistance.
Thank you for your service. Now go to the back of the line at the food pantry for your fucking victuals. I mean, what the fuck? I thought the Trump administration loved the troops. I thought we were gonna make we were spending an extra $150 billion on the defense budget. None of that can go towards just making sure food makes it onto the tables of veterans and their families. Weird, very strange. The fact is, just like basically everyone on this planet, the troops are just a pawn for Donald Trump and Republicans to message on before they go and take away benefits from them, or whatever else. Everyone is just a political pawn in this world. No reason to actually come through on promises for people. It's not just military families who are struggling to pay for the groceries. According to the latest polls, 53%. Just want to get that number in your mind right now. 53%. That's more than half. 53% of Americans say they are stressed about grocery costs. That's right. Half of America is worried about how they're going to pay for groceries. One of the most basic of expenses to exist in history.
A new AP NORC poll finds that cost of living issues are top of mind for everyday Americans, with many reporting that costs are a major source of stress in their lives. The poll found that 53% of Americans say the cost of groceries is a major source of stress, and 47% said this about the cost of housing. One thing that really stands out in the data is that only 14% of Americans say the cost of groceries is not a source of stress for them right now. So even if it's not a major source of stress for everyone, this is something that's being felt by Americans across many different subgroups. Women and Hispanic people were especially likely to report feeling major stress over the cost of housing. And as people look for ways to stretch their limited funds, the poll finds that many of them are turning to buy now, pay later services like Afterpay or Klarna. The poll found that about 3 in 10 US adults have used buy now, pay later services for small purchases like entertainment or restaurant meal delivery, or for more critical essentials like groceries and medical care. This rises to nearly 4 in 10 Americans under 45.
Terrible. Just terrible.
New numbers suggest just how
and things are just going to continue to get worse with that, considering that the workforce that we had in this country picking crops, working in the agricultural sector, are, either hiding for fear of being targeted by ICE or already in detention. And we're just tariffing every other country that supplies us with the rest of our food.
New numbers suggest just how concerned we are about our budgets. A new study suggests our biggest money worry these days is the price of groceries. That is a stark shift from the past when housing and healthcare often dominated the conversation. Our business and tech reporter Scott Budman is back from the grocery store with this story. So groceries over some of these other issues.
Yeah, it really is. Gee, if you think about it, our grocery price anxiety comes not necessarily just from the actual price that we see, but because we don't know what's coming next. And unlike a home price, which we know we can either afford or not, you're shopping for groceries every week, sometimes every couple of days. These prices can change. The study, by the way, comes from the Associated Press and University of Chicago, and it says more than half of those surveyed are worried about where grocery prices go from here. That's a stress point for shoppers that largely stems from uncertainty. Now, between tariff threats and inflation, it seems we're just not sure how much the bill will go up next week, and that is affecting how people shop.
Yeah, no kidding. Uncertainty is causing people to spend less money at the grocery store. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? All right. Now let's go to some other people talking. Let's transition to talking about the tariffs. Susie Jones. Hello, Susie. Using your Galactic individual membership highlight. Hey, it's been a minute, but I'm awake. Good morning. Good morning to you, Susie Jones. Good to see you in the chat. Audit the DOD? Where's Rumsfeld? Where is Rumsfeld? I don't know. Is he still alive? Donald Rumsfeld. All right, let's go here. Let's talk about the tariffs and, well, the understanding of the tariffs. Even though people have been talking about the tariffs for months on end now, it would seem some people are only just now realizing what those tariffs actually are, what the implication of those tariffs are. And I'm fairly certain there is an even larger group of people out there who still don't know what tariffs are and how they work.
Let's talk
a
little bit about tariffs. Donald Trump has fired the chief of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he didn't like what came out of it. And soon we're going to start to see the inflation numbers increase. There's already been hints at it. We're going to start to see them. And here's a perfect example of how tariffs can impact you, even though you're looking forward to it. This is a guy named Josh Smith. He owns the Montana Knife Company, and real startup business in his garage. I think he started it. Sounds like the knives are pretty good. This is a video he put out. This first one was from April 30th. This is part one. So this was, I don't know, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, right around Liberation Day, right? Maybe that, a couple of weeks after. And here he is.
Everyone remembers the day of that Liberation Day.
The great Liberation
here he is
Day.
Talking about tariffs.
Who can forget the greatest of days? Better than Independence Day, some people say.
That Liberation Day was off.
And here he is talking about tariffs.
All right, so I hear that Amazon is going to put a number next to the price of a product on their website to designate how much the tariff is of whatever you're buying on their website. At Montana Knife Company, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to put a number next to the price as well.
Okay.
And that number is going to look a lot like the shape of this goose egg. Well, it's a chicken egg because I didn't have a goose. But anyway, this is the shape of the number.
I love how cocky this guy is for this fucking vertical video he posted to his social media. He is so confident he's got this figured out. It's like, awful, terrible, Amazon is gonna be rude to the supreme leader and put a number as to how much tariffs are costing them. Well, I'll tell you what, my company is we're not gonna lose any money. We're not going to be, we're not going to be charging any of our customers any more money. He's so confident, so cocky about this. He's like, dude, Amazon, terrible, shitty, woke Amazon. Jeff Bezos can go fuck himself.
A goose. But anyway, this is the shape of the number that's going to be on our website next to our knives.
Whenever Republicans bring out, like, what do you call them? Props. Whenever Republicans bring out props, you know something is awry, right? Like, you just, at least for me, whenever I see a right winger pull out a prop, I'm like, oh boy, here comes a specious, completely unfounded argument. I'm ready. Because it goes way back, but you know, like Glenn Beck was like the master of the prop and got these sort of brain dead idiots to really embrace the love of the prop. Because if you got props, you don't need actual facts and figures.
How much tariff affects the prices of our knives, because we've been preaching this all along. We're American made, buy American. You don't have to worry about this shit. Also, that is actually chicken shit on this egg, because we also raise our own chickens. But anyway, I digress. Buy American, make American made, and you don't have to worry about this shit, except for the chicken shit.
Now, I mean, cute video. Guys' knives may be very good. There's a punchline coming up.
No.
It turns out very good at making knives, maybe. Very bad at understanding the implications of tariffs. Here is, and look, I'm not casting aspersions here. It's just the reality. He put up a part 2 last week of that video.
Part 2.
And it's not quite putting up numbers along lines of
you're telling me he's not
the cost of the blade.
You're telling me he's not out taking a victory lap, just juggling more goose eggs? What are you telling me here, Sam? What? I assume part 2 is just a victory lap on this and how well his business is doing with these tariffs.
But it's pretty close.
All right, for those of you that say buy American-made equipment, the tariffs won't affect you. This is American-made heat treating furnaces.
Yeah.
July 17th, 2024.
Sure.
Base price $519.
Okay.
July 23rd, 2025.
Yeah.
Base price $612.
Oh.
The thermocouple interface upgrade, 14,900.
Yeah.
16,700.
Oh boy, that
the
sounds
loader,
expensive.
10,200. The loader, 11,400.
Uh-oh.
2 1,000-gallon tanks. Gas backup reservoirs, 39,400.
Sure.
44,300.
Oh, gosh.
Spare parts kit, same stuff, 18,100. 20,400. So this is my point, and this is what I'm getting at.
What is your point, sir? Are you still going to be sticking by the goose egg next to your prices? I really hope this man sticks to his guns and doesn't raise any of his prices. Because he promised his own customers that it was a goose egg. He was going to raise prices by a goose egg, which is, I believe, 0. So I'm sure that even though his costs have gone up, his prices aren't going to change at all.
I don't want reality.
We're trying to build American manufacturing. This is American-made equipment, 100% made in America. This stuff has an effect. Again, I'm questioning why is the cost of equipment to manufacture in America going up that drastically in 1 year?
Now, this guy seems to... I have never used one of his knives, so they could be complete pieces of garbage that can't even cut a piece of chicken. But I'm going to assume that he's at least capable of making knives. He does not seem super capable of understanding economics or trade policy. He still seems to be struggling with understanding why this equipment costs more money. But, I mean, it is unfortunate for this man that he didn't spend a little more time educating himself on these tariffs. Oh, boy. Because all the inputs for those machines have become more expensive, even if you're buying them from within the United States. The steel and aluminum all gone up in price. Thanks to your pal, Donald Trump.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
I'm not hating on the Trump administration. Again, I'm trying to point out.
I mean, these guys are so pathetic. I'm not hating on Donald Trump, but I'm just hoping that this video gets picked up on social media, goes viral, and then he, carves out an exemption for my business in particular. Like, is this like, I don't know how many videos like this I feel like I've seen at this point, not just about the tariffs, but about everything relating to Donald Trump and his supporters. But these people are literally in a cult, okay? Like, if your entire way of life is being affected by this guy, and you're like, I would still suck Donald Trump's dick, but I mean, can you at least lower the tariffs? I mean, come on. Can you at least give me an exemption as a loyal cultist? I mean, what the heck, man?
That their policies need some adjustments. We should be focusing on finished.
I love it. He's switched from being he's gone from gloating on social media with props, his little egg props, to suddenly becoming a trade advisor for the Trump administration. He's like, he's made a real 180 here. This guy has. Now he's a trade advisor to Donald Trump, although he doesn't seem to understand how trade works.
Coming in from overseas, we shouldn't be making the cost to buy equipment made in America for American manufacturers go up by this amount of money. $100,000 on the base price in 1 year.
Dude, what did you think was gonna happen? Like, we can't make 100% of raw materials within the continental United States. That's why we have trade agreements.
Not gonna do it.
Like,
Wouldn't
the
be prudent
British
at this
and
juncture.
Europe knew this back during colonial times. That's part of how our trading systems got set up through that process.
I don't know if he doesn't seem to understand. I mean, look, he didn't understand the first instance that, so maybe he doesn't understand now. But those machines that he wants to buy that are made in America, elements of those machines come from other countries. Right.
Assembled
He still
in
doesn't see.
It's very complicated,
You know,
Sam.
maybe there's some stuff that's actually manufactured too. But I watched a video with him as he's explaining this to other people because he's running out of product because he can't put it out at the price point that makes sense. At one point, he starts to lose money.
I kind of want to watch the whole thing, but it's incredible, like how dedicated these people are to Donald Trump, the man. They do not care how inconvenienced they are. This guy, I mean, if he could, like, if they let detainees hold on to their phones, like, if this guy got picked up by ICE and got put into a detainment center, he'd be like on social media being like, I love these detention centers, but why am I in here right now? I don't get it. Donald Trump, we need to make some policy adjustments over there.
And he's like, it's not like, you can go down to Home Depot and buy one of these machines. There's just not many, these machines are just not many people make them. And so he wants the machines to either be brought in from Europe at a lower cost, no tariffs. And this has always been the whole problem with the Trump tariff regime, is that it's completely based on nothing. There's no logic to it whatsoever. If there was a logic to it, you would have very nuanced tariffs that are associated with certain industries that you want to build. And so you would make calculations based upon this, and none of that has anything to do with this.
This is not part of any sort of industrial planning. It's part of basically sanctioning people to get Trump more attention from their leaders.
Yes, but it's authoritarian too, in that it consolidates his power and more economic power in his, basically the whims of the dear leader, of the Mad King. Like, we saw this last week with Canada recognizing Palestine as a state. He said, I'm going to up the tariff request now. What does that have to do with America? I was told you were the America first guy. Seems that like that's definitionally Israel first. Or Brazil, where his buddy Jair Bolsonaro got prosecuted for trying to do a coup, and Trump goes, hey, I relate to that a little bit too much. I don't want that happening here. So I'm gonna slap 50% tariffs on Brazil, and it's just this guy, like, you know, he's not looking out for you. He's looking out for himself. And it's a bummer that you have people fall for this kind of thing, because this is gonna really harm this person's business that he worked so hard to create.
Oh, people are getting.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere, all across the country. I wonder what it's going to take for Trump cultists to mass break out of this hypnosis that they seem to be living through right now. But we've been saying it for months and months and months now. Donald Trump's tariff policy is not based on anything in reality. It's not even based on the things that Donald Trump says it's based on. You know, like that is the world that we're living in right now. We're living in a manufactured reality of a man who does not understand reality, and then being told that when presented with that sort of nonsense version of the world that we are actually, when we complain about that, you are a delusional woke leftist. Actually, you are experiencing a mental health crisis right now. Let's talk about some other industries getting hit by these tariffs. The auto industry.
In just 2 days, President Trump's sweeping tariffs on goods across the globe are officially set to take effect. Their implementation has the director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, telling the American people to relax, that the, quote, tariff uncertainty period is behind us. But for a lot of business owners, the future is still very much uncertain as they navigate this new economic era, trying to figure out exactly what it means for their businesses, their employees, their livelihoods moving forward. One Detroit auto supplier says he's going to have to lay off employees and close a warehouse because of the president's tariffs. Joining us now is the CEO of Detroit Axle, Mike Mushanish. Mike, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. I really appreciate it. You have a family-owned business. I believe your dad started it. You took over. Walk people through the impact on your business right now.
The impact has been extreme. I mean, I'd like to put it in context here. The first Trump administration, he levied tariffs. Back then, if we were to receive $1 million in products, we would pay $25,000 in tariffs. And today, for that same $1 million in products, we're looking at pay $725,000 in tariffs to the federal government. Wow. Incredibly devastating.
So what does that mean for you practically?
How does that even make any... How does that check out? How is that even possible? On $1 million in goods, they're paying almost 100%? 75% is basically what he's suggesting. He's paying $750,000 on $1 million in goods? Jesus, how's that even possible?
Practically, it's you try to source products from different countries. So, and a drop of a dime, it's almost impossible to do, but we've done so. So we went to India to procure products from there, trying to save our consumers money. And now India is hit with tariffs. I mean, auto parts are the most heavily tariffed commodity out there at 72.5%. Also, we had operation in Mexico.
That is wild. 72.5% tariffs on auto parts. That's going to cause some real problems. Real problems. It's not like America drives a lot of cars, right? What's that? We drive more than every other country on the planet? Uh-oh. That could be bad. All right. Yeah, that guy goes on to say that they're going to need to close down warehouses. And, you know, may need to shut down different aspects of their business if, you know, if it's going to cost this much for them to do business. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. The fact is, auto parts is it's a weird market, right? It's a weird market because it depends on people being willing to spend a certain amount of money rather than buying a new car, essentially, right? And it's a big purchase, right? But that is basically what it comes down to sometimes, right? Or as well as the fact that maybe sometimes, like, you know, certain parts, how do you put it? Like there's all sorts of different manufacturers of car parts around the world, right? It's not just, you know, Ford and Subaru making parts. There's plenty of other third-party manufacturers of parts around the world who make parts for your Ford, for your Subaru, for your whatever, right? And attempt to sell them at discounts to the OEM, like the manufacturer part. They'll have an alternative that costs maybe 50% less. But if suddenly that part costs more than the OEM part, and the OEM part costs, you know, like all of a sudden the calculus being made here is massive. It just changes dramatically. It's like, well, maybe I should just get a new fucking car. If it's going to cost me this much to fix my car, and it's going to cost me $500 to get a new car, $500 more, I mean, to get a new car, well, maybe it's time to buy a new car type of thing, right? Ah, boy. All right, where are we at? Okay, we're 3.5 hours into the stream. Only 3.5 of the 10 super chats needed. With only 30 minutes left to go. Oh boy, we're in trouble, chat. All right, let's talk about a different aspect of the economy that is being obliterated by the tariff war, as well as the Trump administration. Because it's not just the tariffs. The tariffs are certainly involved, but it's not the only reason. Let's go to Las Vegas, baby.
Follow the rich white man.
I've been to Vegas like probably 20 times, and I definitely think this is the slowest I've seen in a long time. You can find closed parking in the casinos. You can drive with no traffic. It's pretty smooth.
And why do you think it's kind of slow?
I mean, honestly, just right now, times are hard for a lot of people. It's just tourism is down everywhere, even in Florida. So I think it's just people saving money, getting ready for school. We're really close to that as well.
By now, you've probably heard about the growing concerns stemming from a decline in our tourism numbers. The impact goes well beyond all of our friends and family who work in the hospitality industry.
So tonight, part 2 of Steve Wolfer's week-long Las Vegas reality check to take an in-depth look at the impact our visitor decline is having on all.
Nearly a third of all jobs. It's nearly 30% in Nevada. Depend on tourism, not just in Las Vegas, but in the entire state of Nevada, which also voted for Donald Trump, let's not forget. So 30% of people who have jobs in Nevada depend on tourism. About a quarter of those wages are in potentially in the flux. $24.5 billion. Total economic impact of almost $100 billion. And then $2 billion to the general tax fund of Nevada. That seems bad. I'm sure that won't cause any important social services to be go defunct. Yeah, no. This is a great comment from Will in Detroit. No tax on tips. Guess what? You ain't getting any tips. That's exactly the vibes right now. No, we're not going to tax on tips for 2 years. Don't worry, the tax cuts for the billionaires are permanent, but the tax cuts for your tips, it's only going to last 2 years, and for the next 2 years, nobody's coming to the United States. So your tips are going to go down precipitously.
It's the reality.
Yeah, but it's not just the hard feelings, and I feel like these idiots on the mainstream media just keep ignoring it. It's not just people are just angry at the United States. Some people are, a lot of people are genuinely concerned about coming to the United States. And it's not just out of this like spiteful move that they're claiming. I think a lot of people Doesn't matter what country you come from. You look at the United States and you look at what's happened over the last 6 months, and you look at how many people have been picked up who are here for work or for tourism reasons or whatever else, who are then detained and questioned by Customs and Border Patrol, held against their will for an undetermined amount of times. Like that, you don't spend money on a fucking vacation to get fucking tied up in that kind of shit, right? Regardless of how much you like or dislike the United States. You just don't want to deal with that. You don't want to spend thousands of dollars to fly across the planet to come to a country that's going to potentially, just stick you in a fucking detention facility. Because you could have way more fun in your own country, using that money on yourself than to sit in a fucking airport bathroom for 2 weeks or whatever. I don't know. I mean, that's just me. Not shocked that News 3 Las Vegas didn't want to bring up that fact, because it really isn't just a matter of this sort of claim that they're making that somehow it's just, oh, people hate America for the mean things Trump is doing. No, not just that. They prefer not to be inconvenienced in a way that would take away their human rights. But also, who wants their vacation ruined by that? Who wants to spend that money to do it? You don't do it. You go somewhere else. Go to Macau. Give China the tax revenue. Go to Monte Cristo or something. All right. Let's go here. Now, Donald Trump has been trying to get everybody to not pay attention to the Epstein files, as well as a number of other things he just doesn't want people to talk about. So he went on to CNBC earlier this week. I think it was Wednesday. It might have been Tuesday. Either way, Donald Trump went on to the business network of CNBC. Have a little chat.
Anything. Okay. I can do anything I want.
With the money bros and gals of the CNBC crew, who are really just a bunch of fascists.
Donald Trump, Mr. President, welcome. Thanks for calling in. Wish you could be here.
By the way, it may shock people to find out that there's a lot of Trump supporters on the CNBC network. Joe Kiernan here, this guy, one of Donald Trump's most ardent and loudest of supporters on CNBC. Boy, oh boy, does this guy love Donald Trump. Ugh.
Don't be creepy.
No, he's gonna be creepy. Don't worry.
But we'll do this.
Good morning, Joe.
Good
morning, Joe. We've been talking about the BLS and the employment numbers all morning long. Sometimes I know you get a chance to tune in. I want to bring up a chart. I hope you can see it, or else I'll describe it to you. This is the response rate over the last 10, 12 years for the BLS, the household survey. It's dropped from 90% or so on time down to 60 and sometimes even lower. It's arguably the most important number we get about the economy. Yesterday, we had Wharton Professor Jeremy Siegel on. Just bear with me, Mr. President, and listen to this. I know you're familiar with Wharton, but unsolicited, this is what Jeremy Siegel said yesterday about the numbers.
I'm not going to let the BLS off the hook. I mean, you talk about how to fix it. Make these questionnaires mandatory and give them a time limit to fill it out. I think
Jeremy Siegel. Fact is, Jeremy Siegel also kind of loves Donald Trump. He's a Wharton School professor, So in a way, Donald Trump is like his pupil. I found this to be fucking hilarious, though. Mandatory responses to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. How do you even enforce something like that? You know, they're just trying to take polls. You know, I don't remember exactly how they. I think it's phone surveys mostly. I'm not sure if they send things in the mail. I don't think they do. I could be wrong, but I wonder what enforcement mechanism Jeremy is imagining here, right? Like, along with the letter, does like does an FBI agent show up with a gun at your door, pointed at your head, and say, "Fill out the form"? Or like, is there like some sort of like a what would I'm just trying to understand what the enforcement mechanism would be in Jeremy's mind for forcing people to answer the household surveys. This is not business surveys. This is the household surveys. Just like you and me, your mom, you know, your cousins, your brothers and sisters, your friends, hanging out at home, and all of a sudden the Bureau of Labor Statistics needs some stats, and Jeremy Siegel says, "Call in the National Guard." Call in the National Guard so we can get the numbers right. Okay, Jeremy, settle down. You're out of control.
The response rate's down to 60%. I mean, that's unacceptable for the most
unacceptable
statistic.
It's inconceivable. It's inconceivable and it's unacceptable, says Jeremy Siegel.
It's almost like we're sending them out. You know, fill it out when you can. We know you like to go to the beach in the summer, so it might be a little bit late. You know, this is just not acceptable today. We need it. That response rate has to.
This guy is having some sort of a panic attack over the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We can't let anybody go outside and have fun anymore, okay? We need the numbers. We need the numbers. We can't sit around waiting for these numbers. It's inconceivable.
To go up. And when you make the biggest mistake in 50 years, why wasn't there an explanation?
It's 258,000 less in 2 months. That was the biggest revision since 1968, Mr. President. So we're in the internet age. We still can't get any instant data. We're still using snail mail to get the responses back. It is the government, after all. Antiquated, no doubt, and certainly suboptimal, but rigged? Where do you get the notion that it's rigged? Or do you have any evidence there?
It is antiquated, but it's also very political. And you know, I had an election
and political
recently where I did very well, won every.
I don't understand. What's the connection between antiquated and political? I'm very confused.
Political, and you know, I had an election recently where I did very well, won every swing state, won the popular vote, won everything. All right, won all the counties. It's I think 87% of the counties were Republican up. That's never happened before, and yet I had to go through hell. And just days before the election, they put out numbers that it was like the country was on fire. It was doing so well. And then they did a revision about 2 weeks later, and the revision was down by almost 900,000 jobs. You remember that?
Do you remember that?
I said, what would have happened?
It didn't happen.
What would have happened if I lost? Think of it.
That didn't happen. Donald Trump just made up a fact. Well, not a fact. He made up a figure. He made up a number. He's like, that number sounds good. 900,000. Very nasty Bureau of Labor.
I would have said. They gave phony numbers, and then they revised them a week and a half later.
Those were benchmark numbers, though, Mr. President. That happens. They do that. They do that twice a year, and it reconciles the monthly figures with, like, the overall numbers. And it was a big number, and obviously
but Joe, the numbers were rigged. The
numbers were rigged.
Okay,
well,
he was doing poorly.
Sure, they do it every year, twice a year, like you said, Joe. But they were rigged. They were fucking rigged. Okay. Stop, Joe, you are ruining this opportunity for yourself right now.
These phenomenal numbers.
Remember Terry? Terry. Why would you ask that kind of question, Terry? Very nasty.
The numbers were rigged. Biden wasn't doing well. He was doing poorly. They announced these phenomenal numbers 2 days before the election. And a little bit before that, always these great numbers, and you knew it wasn't doing well. You knew prices were through the roof and inflation.
Joe, you knew it was a lie, even though every month you would come out and report those numbers. Because it's also Joe Kiernan's job to repeat those numbers. He's been coming out every month, repeating those numbers over and over again. Not one time, honestly, in my watching of CNBC, have I seen Joe Kiernan suggest that somehow the numbers were rigged. So that's weird. Why didn't Joe bring this up in the past if it's been so rigged?
These great numbers, and you knew it wasn't doing well. You knew prices were through the roof, and inflation was terrible. The whole thing was bad. But think of it. Then they did the biggest revision, I think, in history of almost 900,000 jobs. And it turned out to be more than that because later on they did another revision. It just goes back to the same figure.
And
so they gave...
Joe just got done refuting it, and Trump's like, no, shut up, Joe. Joe, have you heard of the number that I just said? 900,000.
Phony numbers in order to win the election. After I won the election, I said too big to rig. But after I won the election, then they announced a downward number, in other words, to bring them back to reality. And I said, wow, supposing I would have lost, I would have blamed it.
They were covering their tracks. I see. Fucking amazing.
And people would have said I was a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
You know,
they would.
Elaine Chao was on yesterday, and I know she was, I think she was Labor Secretary for 8 years under Bush II, and she was your Transportation Secretary as well. And she said, the commissioner doesn't really even get involved with the actual minutia of putting all these things together. And there's no way that it could have been, that she could have chosen to rig these numbers to make them look bad. And these are statistical.
Joe Kiernan is struggling so hard with trying to correct and or criticize Donald Trump. He doesn't want to do it. You can tell he's so reticent. He's like, these very sensible and actually qualified economists are saying that you're, I don't want to say wrong, but they are saying things that are somehow contradictory to the things that you were saying. I don't want to like that. This is Joe is like, he's in a constant state of flux during this fucking interview. Not sure how to deal with all of this.
Changes based on this antiquated system, and it's just a big leap to go to rigged. And then it also, Mr. President, it makes anyone you pick is going to be, critics are going to say, hey, he's picking a guy that's going to give him or a gal that's giving him the numbers that he wants. So it undermines confidence in the system to some extent. You had, according to many people, all the rights in the world to try to replace a commissioner when it's hasn't gotten any better. But that is maybe a bridge too far, according to most people.
Well, I think when somebody says the commissioner is not involved, I don't want to get into any arguments with anybody. Why should I? She's a very nice woman.
Exactly.
But when they...
yes, Donald Trump, he hates arguments. Trump arguing with people? Never. I would never argue with anybody. I hate arguing. Now, I would say the reason Donald Trump doesn't want to argue about this particular thing is because he has no ground to stand on. And that if he tried to argue, he would look like a buffoon because what was just said is in fact demonstrably true.
Say that that nobody was involved, that it wasn't political. Give me a break. Look, before the election, I had this massive outflow of beauty for Biden. I mean, he didn't know he was alive, and for Biden,
a massive outflow of beauty. What does that mean? I don't understand. Why is Grandpa doing this? A massive outflow of beauty. A never before seen outflow of beauty. What the fuck does that even mean? What is an outflow of beauty? Can anybody quantify for me what the fuck those words mean? Because I am broken inside. A massive outflow of beauty, says Donald Trump.
Before the election, I had this massive outflow of beauty for Biden. I mean, he didn't know he was alive. And for Biden, the economy was roaring. It was a beautiful thing. And I said, there's no way this is happening. It's going the opposite direction. And 2 weeks later, they said I was right. But even if you look at the original, the ones from the other day, the numbers were very timid. and then they announced something that made them even more timid. On top of it,
How
on top
dare
of a
they?
reporting day, I don't know why, it just seemed a little bit more important than most times when they
Mr.
announce
President,
these numbers.
we talked earlier that the unemployment rate is still low. It's 4.2%.
It's fine. I'm not
and the
saying
tariffs,
earth-shattering.
no, but
I will say
but,
this. The numbers before the election were earth-shattering. I'm not saying these were earth-shattering. But
No, I
then they announced a couple of 100,000 to make it look a little bit worse from, months before. I said, where did those numbers come from?
Where did those come
as much as you want
It's a highly political. It's a highly political situation. It's totally rigged. Smart people know it. People with common sense know it. And a lot of people like to keep their head under the covers.
Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Let's move on, says Joe, because Joe can't sit. Joe is struggling. Look at him; he's like so upset. He's like, I cannot sit here and criticize and constantly reiterate myself in this criticism of the dear leader Donald Trump. He can't do it. We gotta change subjects, please, sir.
Yes. Which number do you believe at this point? Because if you noticed, suddenly the chances of what you've wanted for months and argued for months, the chances of a rate cut soared because of these numbers. Do you not believe the current numbers because they're playing right into what you want?
This is actually a fantastic point from Joe Kiernan. I do not say that very often. This guy is like a malignant fucking, Jesus Christ. Joe is one of the biggest idiots on CNBC, and that's saying a lot. But I said this earlier this week. I literally, might have been last week. I think I might have said it like Friday or Saturday. I was like, considering these jobs numbers, if Donald Trump wasn't waging this tariff war, you could maybe get those lower interest rates that he wants so bad. Because this would, in fact, signal to the Fed that the labor market is easing and that they might need some help. And the only thing that they could do to help the job market would be to lower interest rates. But Donald Trump comes out and immediately says, fake numbers, fake, nasty, political, rigged witch hunt numbers.
Fed and Jay Powell to do. They're not horrible, as you said, but, perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want based on these numbers. Which ones do you believe? Do you not believe the revised numbers either?
It's not what I want. I don't want that. I wanted it a year ago. I wanted it a long time ago. Jay Powell is...
a year ago. I wanted it a year ago when I wasn't president. I was telling Jerome Powell from... from the spa at Mar-a-Lago saying, Jerome, why aren't you lowering interest rates? It is such a strange thing. I wanted it a year ago, says Donald Trump, a man who's been president for 6 months.
Highly political, and I think, I call him too late. Jerome, too late. Powell, he's too late. He's too late always. He always has been, except when it came to lowering interest rates before the election, that he did. He worked that out.
Who would you replace him with? I know you watch the show occasionally, and we had an extended interview with one of the prospective replacements, Kevin Warsh. Were you watching that day, or?
I was. He's very good. He's very good. He's very good. Sometimes they're all very good until you put them in there, and then they don't do so good.
Sometimes they're all very good.
A lot of them, I think.
And then you put them in there, and they're not good.
I think I say Kevin and Kevin.
I saw that interview. I thought he was great, but he might be terrible, actually. You never know until you put them in the job, whether or not they're going to do exactly what you want them to do. Fascinating. Free will exists, apparently.
Both Kevins are very good.
Both the Kevins.
There are other people that are very good too.
Both
but
Kevin's like Karens. I don't know if that's good.
A lot of times they're very good. Like this character that we have in there now, Jerome Too Late Powell.
Hey, Jerome Too Late Powell.
Sir, I'll keep interest rates so low. I'm a low interest rate person, sir. You could hardly hear him talking over the desk.
Is Warsh
somebody that worked for me was a big fan of his, not a fan of his, he hardly knew him, but he wanted him so badly. I did somebody a favor. I put him in there. No, he's too late. He's too late. That name will stick to him.
Can you handicap it at all? Who you're, or you won't know? When will you know? And when will you announce it?
I think the two Kevins are doing well, and I have two other people that are doing well. Look, it's in the end there are numerous people that are qualified. everyone on your phone right now, in terms of at your beautiful studio, would be very qualified in my.
Everybody at CNBC is qualified to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve. That is an insane statement. That is a fucking insane statement to say. See, everybody in CNBC actually very qualified to be the chair of the Federal Reserve. Totally normal, even though most people there have 0 economics degrees or any experience in Federal Reserve banking. Nope, just a bunch of media personalities, people with media and journalism degrees, or had friends or family that could get them the job over there at CNBC. They're all qualified. Until you're not. Until you give me numbers I don't like.
You guys are better than most of the people that do it for a living. But I watched a lot, actually. No, I think that it'll be 1 or 4 people.
Are the other
I'm going
two
to make
names...
the decision soon. And don't forget, we have somebody that left early, which...
Oh, Christopher DeBlante. Oh my God. I'm losing so many IQ points listening to this conversation that I'm actually starting to believe in IQ numbers. Yep. We're living in strange times, Christopher. Strange times.
It's a pleasant surprise. We have a woman that left early. She announced 2 days ago that she's leaving, and I'm going to be announcing that very shortly, too. That will be, most likely it'll be for the 4 months, for the short period of time. But a lot of people say that when you do that, why don't you just pick the person who's going to head up the Fed? That's a possibility, too.
President Trump, you said there are 4 names. There are 2 other names that have been mentioned in the press. One is Governor Waller. The other is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Are those the 4 that you're considering?
Well, I love Scott, but he wants to stay where he is. I'll take him off because I asked him just last night, is this something you want? Nope, I want to stay where I am. He actually...
Nope, I don't want to go. Okay. I guess Scott is off of the table there.
said, I want to work with you. It's such an honor. I said, that's very nice. I appreciate that. But no, Scott wants to do what he's doing. He's doing a great job. And he wants to do what he's doing. So I just take him off. He does not want it. He likes being Treasury Secretary. He's doing a really
good job, that Scott Bessent. All right. Well, I was actually planning on listening to more of this insane interview tonight, but unfortunately, we have reached 4 hours and the end of the goal. It is sad, but somehow we've gotten to the end of the stream, it would seem, chat. It's very sad news. So I got a lot more stuff that I wanted to get into here today. I guess it will have to be saved for Friday's stream. Somewhat disappointing, if you ask me. But to give us a little bit more time, I will take the regular break right now, giving us an extra 10 minutes. We were at 4 of 10. Alright, chat. Quick galactic intermission. We may or may not be back with more content after these brief space messages. Alright. I hope everyone has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. Tons of great ways for you to show your support and at the same time help contribute to the galactic goal to perhaps continue the stream. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal also available for donations. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. 10 cents a day is all it would take for you to become a galactic patron. That's right. $3 a month. Get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, chat. That's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Fams. I am back. How far are we from the goal? We were 6 away. We were at 4 of 10. We didn't make a ton of progress tonight. That is like $30. Yeah, 6 super chats at $5 a super chat. Yeah, unfortunately, we did not complete the goal today. But we will have a Galactic chill stream. We will have a Galactic chill stream. I will at the very least, do that. We will have a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday show as scheduled. Unfortunately, this Thursday evening show is coming to an end. Well, we got through another stream today, chat. It was a pleasure having all of you here tonight. That's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. The These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoop, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican New York, and Will in Detroit. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Feel better, dude? What does that mean? I'm feeling fine. What makes you think I'm not doing fine? Alright, I see some ones in the chat. So I will get the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream started for you folks.